we go on lunch break, I always mute the mics down.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and just plan to film the commissioner Tuesday at 10:30. Y'all are back. Well, I hadn't even talked to them about it, but I'll just keep it. And I think there will be one or two that I can do. Then I'll go work out the estimate for third component, so. I'll just go ahead and keep 10:30 if Kevin just got everything set up for me that morning. And y'all will be here at 8, anyway,
Yeah.
before y'all go
Yeah.
there. So I'll touch base with you.
We're not doing Central till a while.
Okay. Unless you have a draft.
This is nice.
Hey, how are you doing? Good, good.
What's up?
I'm sorry, I should have dragged you away. You were focused on that new business. You were on it.
The command center is now open.
That's what I was gonna say. When you on, yeah.
Any minute now.
That's why I highlighted it. I'm just trying to figure out what to put on these minutes.
Do you have an agenda? Yeah. Okay.
Situation. Oh, yeah, pretty
Eric, what's your law book for a second? You don't have it tabbed.
It's not mine, it's over there.
The October 20th meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education and ask that you would please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. It is our goal to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I will ask that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record. I will ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and the viewing audience. The entire meeting today is being live streamed and recorded, so it's imperative that you adjust the microphone so that you are speaking directly into the microphone. This meeting is also being recorded. Our reporter, Ms. Sharon Hill, will be putting together a transcript of the meeting, and it will also be posted on the ADE website. So with that, good morning, and Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, the first item you'll be hearing will be on a district conversion charter school application from the Van Buren School District with the name of Arkansas River Valley Virtual Academy. Before we get started, I would like to ask Ms. Davis to come forward with the hearing procedures for today.
Good morning, Ms. Davis.
Hi, good morning. Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. The procedures that you're going to follow today will be that all persons wishing to provide testimony to you will need to be sworn in with the exception of attorneys. The applicant will have 20 minutes to present its application to you, followed by 20 minutes of opposition. At that time, the applicant will have 5 additional minutes to close. You can ask any questions of the applicant, the department, or anyone else that's here that you may have questions of before making your decision. You can either vote to approve or disapprove the application today or take it under advisement at a later date. You do have a Google Doc that you can note your reasons for your vote in, and also excuse me, also that because a charter is a contract, that it is a negotiation, so anything that is agreed to today by the applicant that differs that's in their written materials will become part of the charter today.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd?
From Van Buren, to start off their presentation, we have the superintendent, Dr. Harold Jeffcoat.
If everyone speaking on behalf of the Arkansas River Valley Virtual Academy will stand, and anyone speaking in opposition, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Dr. Jeffcoat, you're recognized.
Good morning. Dr. Harold Jeffcoat, Superintendent of the Van Buren School District. I want to thank you for the opportunity that you've given us to present our proposal on our virtual academy, and we're going to start our presentation with a short video.
Having virtual classes at Van Buren High School have given our students a variety of benefits, such as personalized learning, diverse classes, technology skills and interactions that they're going to need in the future, as well as really holding them responsible for their learning and making them more accountable students.
By having the opportunity to take virtual classes, students can get experience in the fields and career pathways that they might be interested in before they actually go to college to see if they would like it or not. And this way students can just get a head start on their education.
So in our school district, we're proposing a virtual academy. And this virtual academy, it may not be the school for everyone, but it is going to be the school for anyone. It's going to allow students who are currently being homeschooled to engage with public school. It's going to allow families who have children who are currently homebound to continue to engage in their education in spite of the situation that they're facing. It's also going to allow our accelerated learners. It's going to allow them to progress at a rate that corresponds with their interest and their motivation. So realistically, a student in a virtual academy could learn enough material to cover a year and a half of what we can typically do in a traditional setting. So
when we talk about economic development and jobs all across the spectrum, this I think can be a key component to it because of what the flexibility, the ability again to reach those who haven't been touched or something new and exciting. I think this is great for everyone involved.
I'm really interested to see this take off. I feel like it'll be very successful for our area, knowing that we have over 200 homeschool families. I know a lot of them are looking for other options, and myself, my husband, and I are still trying to make that decision. And I feel like when we have someone to come in and say, okay, here's your curriculum, you just do it all from home, then that in itself gives you peace of mind knowing that you're following the protocol or the state standards, or knowing that your child is at the same level that they would be in the classroom.
So the idea of a virtual academy in a K-12 setting is new. It's a new concept for K-12, but it's not new in education. In higher education, it's certainly not new. There are a number of universities that currently provide online learning. And I've taken some online courses, maybe you've taken some online courses, and they've learned the process, they learned the way to provide an education, to set their kids up, their students up for success. And we're going to take advantage of all the things that they've learned through their process and apply them in our own virtual academy.
Panel members, I appreciate Gary Deffenbaugh. Representative Deffenbaugh has agreed to come and speak to you all this morning, and he's here now, and I'd like to turn it over to him if that's okay. Is it okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Morning.
Good morning.
I was a little late, so I won't make up for being late by talking very long. But I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and it'll lead into this. I coached and taught, public schools for 39 years, and taught math. Coached several sports, kind of like back then in the day. You were jack of all trades, and so spent a lot of years in the public schools. And when you get a little bit older, I don't know if you get cynical, but whatever it is, I begin to watch different mandates and different bills and different laws come up from the legislature, and some of them begin to irritate me a little bit. Some of them were good, some of them weren't so good, and I guess I probably in the back of my mind I used to think, what, if I could get in the legislature, I'd straighten them out. And you know how that goes. But I kind of had that in the back of my mind. So after I retired in 2010, sure enough, this position came open. Ran a primary, ran a general election, won both of them, and now this is my 6th year, and haven't run any race since. And I'm going into another term, probably, God willing. And it'd be my 7th and 8th year, and don't have an opponent there. But anyway, I got down here, and like most things that you've never experienced, I came down here and I got an education, and you realize, you realize there's a different perspective from just a dumb coach. And so I got down here and got on the education committee and really have enjoyed it. I'm still on it as far as I know. And so anyway, we would study some and we see the new opportunities coming along in education, and it was a lot of it was intriguing. And meantime, I had dealt with a now he's retired, Dr. Merle Dickerson, and I would talk to him and I'd say, you know, if there's anything we, you know, can help you with or anything new we need to know, you know, I'll try to help you. But he didn't do it much. He was on his way out. He was getting ready to retire, and so we didn't communicate much. So when Dr. Jeffcoat was hired, you know, I didn't know how he'd be because I'd never had met him. I'd read in the paper who the candidates were, what their qualifications were, and so he was elected, or he was selected as the superintendent at Van Buren. And wasn't long I got to know him and really began to have a good relationship with him and really respected him. Because he came in, Van Buren's a great school district, but he came into a situation where there were some things that were really messed up. And it took a lot of courage to do what he's done. And there's no use to get into that, but I'll just tell you, he may be small in stature, but he stands tall at Van Buren. That's okay. But anyway, he tackled some really tough problems, and I'm not saying those are all straightened out, but also he would look for new programs and you know, innovative things that would help our district. And so the virtual school came up. I began to hear about it in the legislature, and it was you know, very interesting to me. And so Dr. Jeffcoat was also really interested, as you can see. And so we began to talk. In fact, we talked lately, and one thing that I found out about him is he would call youngsters that weren't quite finished with their diploma. I mean, I'm talking about people, and y'all, you know, seen them and heard of them. You're talking about people that maybe have they're two classes short, and they'll say, I ain't, you know, I don't want to finish, you know. And of course, we all know that they're going to regret that. But Dr. Jeffcoat he's calling those people, and he's telling them, we think we're going to have a new system in place where you can get that diploma and get your classes and get it over with at home. And so I really appreciated that, and I think that's been effective for him. But I see some great possibilities at Van Buren, because we're going to have some opportunities for people to get their diploma that wouldn't take the time. I mean, it's part of it is just we've got that opportunity to entice them to, like I say, just give them that opportunity. So I didn't know what Dr. Jeffcoat wanted me to say, but I will tell you this, that I really am high on him, and I'm really high on this program, and so hopefully you'll see it our way and allow us to start a virtual academy. And thanks. Yeah.
Madam Chair, may I say, Representative, I just want to say thank you for your support and your comments, and I personally know Dr. Jeffcoat as well, and I concur with your analysis of his innovative and the drive that he has for moving the needle for students in Van Buren. So I appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Representative. And yes, it's true. I am small in stature. It is. And I thought you were going to agree with him on that point, but I appreciate in Van Buren, we got a lot of great things going on, and we're going to talk about some of those hopefully today as well. It's my privilege to introduce some of my colleagues that I have with me today. I have Brian Summerhill, who is our Assistant Superintendent. I have Karen Allen, who is the Director of Human Resources, Personnel, GT. Can I just keep going? There's a lot of things, federal programs. I could go on. And then I have Nancy Robbins, who also have a list of things that she takes care of. But Nancy is our Curriculum and Instruction Director, and they'll be joining me, or will have the opportunity to join me during the Q&A session as we move to that portion. This has certainly been a team effort. We've had a lot of people involved, and I think our presentation will have a list of all of those individuals. A lot of folks who have contributed, and these are really the major contributors. There are actually many, many more people who have had conversation about the application that we're presenting today. I mentioned all of my colleagues that are here with me. I also have had Eddie Tipton, who is the high school principal at Van Buren. I have Lisa Miller, freshman academy principal. Dr. Karen Endel, she's the principal at Butterfield Trail Middle School. Stacy Wood, elementary school principal in Van Buren. Jennifer Feeney, an assistant principal at a middle school. Michelle Shipman, an assistant principal. She was a curriculum coach at the time that we were having these conversations. She's now an assistant principal at Tate Elementary School. Robert Rogers. Robert is actually, he was before a New Tech teacher, facilitator, trainer. He's now serving as our facilitator teacher for our virtual Arkansas classes at the high school, and we have 8 of those that we offer now and have several students enrolled in our virtual classes at high school, and Robert takes care of those kids. Ashley Gillespie, a very innovative mind. She is a middle school teacher. Christy Mendez, also very technologically advanced, and she is an elementary school teacher in our school district. Candice Bowen, a homeschool parent that you saw one of our homeschool parents on the screen. Nicole Schweizer, another homeschool parent, and then Bob Freeman, mayor of Van Buren. So many people have been part of these conversations and have asked a lot of questions and thought through different ideas. It is an honor to be before you today presenting our proposal. Excuse me, that's the last time I'll move that. We'll have to move it again when other people come up. It's an honor to present our proposal for an innovative learning model for our students in our district. While we're not the first public school to pursue a virtual education platform, we're excited to join those who are pioneering this innovative educational opportunity. We admire the work of the Springdale School District and the Fayetteville School District and their trailblazing efforts to create the first conversion virtual charter schools in Arkansas. We've been in touch with them as they have launched their programs, and we're excited about the possibility of bringing this type of opportunity to our community. Tony Wagner said it best when he said, "Choice is the new American value." We're here to ask permission to create a K-12 virtual academy within our school district. The Arkansas River Valley Virtual Academy will provide personalized, flexible learning opportunities. It will be another innovative education option or choice for our students. Through this model, we will remove all time barriers and allow students to progress at a rate that corresponds with their interest and abilities. While we are looking to create a flexible education model, the concept of virtual learning is far from new. I would venture to guess that everyone in the room has at some point taken advantage of the power of online learning. Whether you went to the internet to learn how to play the piano for the first time, or maybe you learned the correct way to install bathroom tile, or maybe you were like me and many other people in the room and you went online to learn the process to apply for a conversion charter school in Arkansas. The reality is that learning is at our fingertips. And in the years to come, I believe that virtual learning will be a common element in all schools. Schools have changed a lot over the years, but in many ways we've stayed the same. But there's been no other vehicle more influential in changing how we educate our kids than technology. Whether we're comfortable with it or not, technology is here to stay, and technology will continue to impact and shape the field of education. Our virtual academy, if approved, will be operated as a new LEA within the Van Buren School District. Curriculum offered through the academy will be through an online platform with an educational enhancement of face-to-face interactions with Arkansas licensed teachers working for the Van Buren School District. There will also be service opportunities and real-world experiences that are highly differentiated to meet the diverse needs of our learners. Our virtual academy will provide a high-quality, personalized curriculum to meet the needs of those varied student populations, including students who are homebound, students who are at risk of failure, as Representative Deffenbaugh spoke of earlier, those specifically those who have left school without completing their graduation requirements. Students are currently in homeschool learning environments, and students who are driven to accelerate their learning. The program will feature virtual learning opportunities, but will be enhanced by teachers who will offer parents and students an optional face-to-face weekly orientation regarding the upcoming week's work in order to support the students and the families with the curriculum. Students will also have an opportunity to meet once more weekly with teachers in order to get extra help with assignments and core curriculum concepts. The Virtual Academy will work in partnership with parents, students, and teachers to provide field experiences, community service projects, and integrated curriculum activities in order for students to experience real-world activities and curriculum integration opportunities. These experiences may include guest speakers, trips in areas of career interest, trips to colleges, museums, theater performances, and much, much more. In addition, Virtual Academy students will have the option to participate in extracurricular activities, including athletics, band, choir, etc. Curriculum will cover both core curriculum or core academic classes, as well as grade-appropriate electives. Our Virtual Academy will provide individual learning plans for all students that will delineate personalized curriculum and field experiences tailored to students' interests and needs. These plans will be created in conjunction with teachers, students, and parents, and reviewed often to make sure that each student is making progress towards his or her learning goals. As we have considered and discussed the possibility of a virtual academy, the largest population that has shown the greatest interest is our homeschool families. We currently have 234 students living within our school zone who are being homeschooled. Parents choose homeschool for a variety of reasons, and we respect, honor, and support their decision. Oftentimes, they find themselves using curriculum similar to what we will offer in our virtual academy, but they're missing a couple of elements that we believe are important to the success of students. The teacher support option that will be available at least 2 days per week, and the social, emotional, and educational benefit of participating in school-sponsored and coordinated field experiences. Our research indicates that this is a need in our community. Our main innovations include personalized curriculum and individual learning plans. Each student enrolled in the Virtual Academy will work with a learning team to develop an individual learning plan. The virtual curriculum will allow students and their families choice. There's the word again, choice and flexibility to align with their individual interests and needs. Enrichment opportunities. Our Virtual Academy will offer opportunities such as field experiences, community service projects, and or integrated units of study where students will interact and learn with other students and adults. The human element of the virtual program. Our Virtual Academy will offer students and parents the opportunity to enhance their virtual learning with face-to-face support. This is an element that's missing in nearly all virtual programs today. Interventions. Teachers will monitor individual student progress frequently, and as long as students are progressing at a reasonable rate, the face-to-face sessions will be optional. A response to intervention plan will be in place for students falling behind. Interventions may require attendance at one or both face-to-face sessions until satisfactory progress is made. Partnerships. Our Virtual Academy will rely on a number of partnerships within our community to provide students with meaningful field experiences and possible internships. As you can see in the video presentation, our city government is very supportive, and I believe you have a letter from our Chamber of Commerce which also shows that they are excited about this possibility and they're willing to help in any way. While the delivery method will differ, the content covered will be similar to that which is covered in the traditional setting. K-5 students will study core content areas in English, language arts, reading, mathematics, science, and social studies. They will also have access to music, art, and PE instruction. In grades 6 through 8, students will cover the same areas of focus, but will also have access to some accelerated coursework, such as courses for high school credit. In grades 9 through 12, students will study courses to meet the high school graduation requirements, including advanced placement and concurrent credit courses. While a vendor has not yet been chosen, we will only consider those that are approved by the state on the state provider list. Our goal is to choose a high-quality provider that allows us the flexibility to review the content and make adjustments when necessary so that we may better align the content to Arkansas state standards. We have narrowed our choice down to a couple of vendors, and if we are approved to move forward, we'll want a teacher committee to do a thorough analysis of the content provided by each to ensure that we're making the best decision for our district. The Van Buren School District will also work with the Department of Education to ensure that courses taught are approved and aligned to Arkansas standards. Panel members, you should have a sample, or do we have the samples? If it's okay, Ms. Robin's going to bring you the sample days for students. It's just a sample of a day in a life for a student enrolled in the Virtual Academy. Now, I'll just tell you, these are just examples. As you know, a virtual program is very flexible, and it will vary greatly. Some students may want to start their day, students and parents may want to start their day earlier than others. We may have high school students who have jobs that will have to work at different times and then complete their program of study a little later. But we wanted to just give you an idea of what it would look like for a student if they were enrolled, to see the coursework and see how it would be implemented over the course of a week. So again, these are just samples, these are examples, but it's not suggesting that it will be exactly as these samples suggest. While we can't say exactly when students will engage in the curriculum, we will have access to each one of their accounts, and we can monitor their progress, and we can see if they're not progressing at a rate necessary to be successful. Each of the vendors that we've spoken with also have electronic planners that parents and students can use to ensure that they're pacing themselves appropriately to stay the course. Academic goals are as follows. In the state mandated assessments, our goals for the Van Buren students in our virtual academy will be to meet or exceed the state average number of students scoring proficient in reading, English, math, writing, and science. Virtual academy students will also be at or above the state average number of students taking the ACT. These goals will be assessed annually to denote progress, and attainment will be 2021-2022 at the end of the year when full implementation of our K-12 program is in place. Non-academic goals, 99% of Virtual Academy students will develop an individual learning plan to support their academic and career goals. 95% of Virtual Academy students will participate in enrichment activities to include field experiences, community service, integrated units, and they'll do that each 9 weeks. These goals will be assessed annually to denote progress, and attainment will be 2019-2020, which is year 3. This school will be housed within one wing of the Van Buren Freshman Academy. This building was originally designed to hold over 800 junior high students, but after reconfiguration, it currently holds 425 ninth graders, so space is available to easily house our virtual academy, especially in the early years. Initially, we will begin with an enrollment cap of 125 4th through 8th grade students. Each year after, we will expand the program to the next grade down and the next grade up. We will follow this pattern until the program is fully implemented K-12. Staffing for the program when fully implemented, and this is a concept as well, which could be adjusted, will consist of a virtual academy coordinator, an administrative assistant, 5 Arkansas licensed teachers specializing in core content areas, and additional support personnel will be employed as well based on the needs of the program. There will be a strong commitment on the part of all parties providing online curriculum. Without having an established system of support, there's no doubt that this would not be successful. We'll need to do a great job of advising parents and students of the opportunity this model provides, but also inform them of the challenges as well. While the degree of involvement will be based on student age, our parents will need to understand that their role will be that of an at-home learning coach for their children. They will need to provide guidance, assistance, encouragement, and follow a routine schedule to ensure ongoing progress. While parents are a critical component in all education models, a virtual education will likely require more time, effort, and attention due to the flexibility the model provides. As learning coaches, parents will also likely be the first point of contact when a student needs help. Effective communication between the home and the school will be absolutely critical. However, parents will not be alone in this model. Our teachers will be readily available to assist parents and students. Teachers in our virtual academy will have a working schedule that is flexible to ensure that they're able to meet the needs of our families. Teachers will also receive ongoing training in strategies for effective teaching inside a virtual environment. Before moving to the Van Buren School District, I was previously the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, sorry, Dr. Tony Thurman. I was previously the deputy superintendent in the Cabot School District, and I've seen firsthand the benefits of creating a flexible model of learning through their charter school, the Academic Center of Excellence. Michelle Evans, the principal of ACE, has done an amazing job creating a very successful program. The number of students graduating from her program each year is clear evidence that flexibility is needed in today's schools. The support and interest that we have received regarding this concept in our community and throughout the district has really been overwhelming. When people realize the positive potential of a program such as this, the question that we get asked most is, how quickly can we start? Panel members, we are very excited about this opportunity, and we want to thank you again for giving us this chance to visit with you about our program, and look forward to your feedback.
Thank you. Are there any persons to speak in opposition or any public comment? Dr. Jeffcoat, you have approximately 3 minutes left of your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Change is a result of progressive thinking, and progress is a result of change. If we want to provide a K-12 education model that is most effective for the students of the future, we have to focus more on the world that they're being raised in and less on the world that we were raised in. The Van Buren School District is known for innovation and quality of education. Our motto is "Our children, our success." Faculty and staff in the Van Buren School District take pride in their work and celebrate the success of our students. If you spend time in Van Buren, I believe you would agree that there is a tremendous amount of momentum right now for our school system. There are a number of outstanding programs being implemented throughout the district. In this year alone, we began school with an expansion of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs to reach kids in all grade levels using Project Lead the Way. We have also started this year with partnerships between our school district, the Arkansas Tech University, the University of Arkansas at Fort Smith, and Virtual Arkansas to expand concurrent credit offerings for our students. Thanks to those partnerships, students in the Van Buren School District will graduate with more than just a high school diploma. Based on their choice, that word again, choice, students will now be able to graduate with industry-level certification in the advanced technology fields of cyber systems or robotics, or students can follow an established learning track that will lead to a 60-hour associate's degree to be issued at the same time that they complete their high school career. Also this year, our community recently approved a bond restructure that will allow us to proceed with building new academic facilities, as well as make significant improvements to our existing schools. Additionally, our community voted to approve a $3 million increase that will generate just over $1 million each year to be used for maintenance and operations. These funds will be used in a variety of ways, including continuous investment in technology for our students and staff. This campaign was supported by nearly 70% of our taxpayers. One thing is for sure, Van Buren is on the rise. We ask that you allow us this opportunity to create another innovative choice for our kids in our community. We would like to genuinely thank you again for your time and consideration, and welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you. Panel? Dr. Gocher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Jeffcoat, thank you. I appreciate the background. I appreciate, even as a superintendent, a couple of years ago, I dealt with some of the very issues that you've talked about, and I believe you've certainly got an opportunity to really focus on what we believe at the Department of Student-Focused Education. We've got to look, how does that focus look? What are the alternate ways? What are the innovative ways that we provide students that need a quality education? In my prep for this, I had a couple of questions, and I typically review a mission statement first, because that gives me an idea. I think you understand that. So primarily, question one, who is your target audience for this virtual academy? Who is your target audience?
Well, we have several groups that would benefit from our virtual academy. Of course, our homeschool population is the biggest group that has asked for more input.
Sure.
Actually, we have asked for more input in trying to develop this concept. But we also have our homeschool families that could benefit. The number of hours that we spend with homeschool families is minimal compared to what they would be able to do in a virtual environment. Having that opportunity, it's much greater. We also have our at-risk kids. You know, as Representative Deffenbaugh spoke earlier, I do spend time calling our kids that left us the year before. And it was funny, right before he and I sat down and had a conversation, I was on the phone with a young lady who had 24 and a half credits. She had 24 and a half credits. All she needed to graduate was senior English. That was all second semester, senior English. Well, she quit in March. And I spoke to her parents first, and her parents said, you know, it broke our heart. She's a 3.5 grade point average. And they wanted her to go back, but she was with other students who encouraged her to leave, and they left, and she left with them. So I was on the phone with her before he and I spoke, and I asked her if she would come back this next semester, and her answer was no. She couldn't. She just couldn't face. It was too hard for her to come back to school and face those students that she had walked away from. So this option, having a virtual academy where they're at home, they're going to have the opportunity to complete that coursework in their living room, and then we can support them. The rest of their life will change because of this option that we're providing. When I was in Cabot, I did the same thing. I would call those kids who had dropped out the previous year. I'd call them all summer. And I had a few that would come back to the high school campus. But it's really a hard thing for a kid to do after they've quit to step back on a high school campus. So I was able to get a lot of them back, but they would enroll in our ACE program, which provides great flexibility in online learning. So that's a big group for us as well. Did I cover all our groups?
My name is Nancy Robbins. I'm Director of Curriculum. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And Nancy Robbins. And one of the groups of students that we've seen an increase is our number of students that have illnesses, rather serious illnesses that take them possibly to Children's Hospital here in Little Rock. And if they had the opportunity to stay current with their studies via the online curriculum, it would certainly help. We do serve them with homebound teachers, but that's certainly a minimal compared. Or let's say that they are very ill and maybe their window of opportunity of doing some work is maybe 2 hours from midnight to 2 because of their schedule with treatments and so forth. So this gives them a lot of opportunity for flexibility. So we have seen an increase in our number of students who face some serious illnesses.
Good, and thank you. And you alluded to many of those target audiences in your presentation. So in your public comment meeting that you had, did you, in your participants, a lot of the folks that signed up indicated, tell me a little bit about your public comment meeting.
Yeah, so we had, I think we had about 17 that signed in, but we had many more in the audience that came. And the parents, the majority of people that came were our homeschool parents, wanting more information. Because what they're doing as homeschool parents, you know, and it's really it's a real neat group. I mean, they do a really good job at providing a quality education for their kids. But a homeschool parents that came to the meeting, a lot of them, they're paying taxes to our school district. But then in addition, they're having to pay for curriculum for their student to receive an education. And so I don't know, for them, I feel for them in that regard, but a lot of homeschool parents came, and those were the questions that generally came from the audience, was from our homeschool parents.
Good. All right. And I'll just have one other question, concern, and I'll have some others later, but I always want to give opportunity for my panel members. The name. I was concerned about the name. I know that you recognize there's ARVA, the Arkansas Virtual Academy. So I think where I was going with the intended audience, if the intended audience is or for your community, I don't know that, I'm just concerned about the conflict in the name. I know you guys have discussed this.
We did.
But if your target audience is the Van Buren or that community, Talk about the process and why you came to that name when it does look very close with just one letter to Virtual Arkansas.
We did talk
or
about that,
Virtual Academy.
and Ms. Boyd called me too, and we discussed the name. And I don't know if we ever referred to our program as ARVA until we put it in the application as ARVA, and then we thought the Arkansas Virtual Academy is ARVA. So it does create a little bit of complication. So we were thinking about possibly dropping the Arkansas and just being the River Valley Virtual Academy, if that helps. But for our reason for the name, we had the large committee that you saw on the screen.
Right.
We just had a lot of conversation about who are the kids we're trying to reach, and it's people that are not connected to our school. And we wanted to give them just the freedom to feel like they're part of a public education. But if they left us because they didn't feel supported or they didn't feel like it was a safe or a great environment for them, I don't know. There was a lot of conversation about it, but the committee just felt like we love the River Valley. If you live in the River Valley, there's something about it, and so we felt like it was powerful. It's a powerful name to have River Valley Virtual Academy.
Good. All right, thank you. I'll let my colleagues ask some more questions.
Ms. Smith?
Okay, I've got all the hard ones for you now. No, okay. So just listening to you, and you've talked about students who have dropped out and need that credit, and you've talked about students who are sick and at home. So when I look at your plan about your grade levels that you're targeting first, when you start with 4th through 8th grade, it seems like you've kind of limited yourself not to actually serve those students, and especially those high school kids.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't have the waiver then to have that high school kid take that second half of English by limiting yourself this way. So I need some explanation there.
Yeah, so even this morning, I've battled with that because I think of those kids, that population, and I don't know if it would be appropriate for me to ask in this setting to have that as an option for us, not for our current seniors that are in school, well, maybe if they leave in a semester, but if they've disengaged from school for a period of time, it would really be easy for us, since we're going to have the classes available to us through the vendor. It would be very easy for us to make that happen, and I would love the opportunity. I just didn't know if it would be acceptable to have this conversation and consider that as a possibility. We were implementing 4th through 8th to take a smaller bite so that we could ensure success. Our goal in this is to be a very successful program for our kids. We want to be the most successful, just like any other school. We have that desire. We didn't want to go all in K-12 on the first step. So we modeled after our friends north of us who also went 4th through 8th and have implemented, they've done a good job with implementation and feel good. But I would sure love the opportunity to meet the needs of those kids who did drop out. So if that would be appropriate to request that we allow us to do 4th through 8th, but then also provide this as an option for our high school dropouts, that would be great.
Ms. Davis, the hearing today is a negotiation of the charter. So what are the ramifications of loosely allowing high school students?
Well, I mean, if you're going to allow high school students, then that would be amendment to their application that they stated that they want to start it now. And there was an issue on that with one of the waivers, and I was trying to find that real quick. On the waiver sheet, they had requested some of the 38 units in order to grow. So if they're going to be offering the high school students from, if one was granted today, as soon as that's granted, then we would need to see if they still need this waiver. So, or if it would just be offering as needed through the next 2 years until they get all 38 being offered.
So the plan is through 2022.
Right. Well, they have in there that they requested a waiver of the, like I say, the 38 units that they want to be able to grow. And so my question on that was remaining was they need to confirm, do they intend to just use the waiver until they have completed the growth in years 2 and 3 to include grades 9 through 12? But if they're going to include grades 9 through 12 now, then they don't need this waiver.
You'll have to speak into the microphone for the recorder.
Yes. So that is correct. We did ask for that waiver for implementation, the implementation period, because we knew the students that we would serve early on would not need those courses. But it would be fine for us to rescind that waiver, because for the students that, we're going to have the courses available to us. We just asked for the waiver basically because the students we serve were not those that would be provided. Yes.
Morning. Trip Walter, staff attorney, APSRC. I don't want to detract from what Dr. Jeffcoat was saying. I think we're okay with what Ms. Davis's comment was originally. If the flexibility could be there, because I don't know if he knows at this time exactly who would be served, that if it was a situation where 9 through 12 students weren't being served all at once in the first year, that the flexibility would be there to phase in, so to speak, the courses. As he said, obviously there would be no attempt to circumvent the 38, but just if it was a situation, for example, only 9th or only 10th came in, that they have the flexibility to just offer those pieces of 38 and then build out as necessary.
Also, one other concern I would have is that the initial contract is only for 5 years. And looking at the goals, there's not a goal set for students in grades 11 and 12. There are only goals in there that are for 3 through 10. So I would like to see a goal set for that too.
Dr. Jeffcoat, would you like to address that?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I heard part of it, that there's not a goal for.
With the flexibility, Ms. Boyd is recommending that there be a goal set for grades 11 through 12, in
Okay.
case one of those students that you described was 11th or 12th grade. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. There is, they have a goal for the college entrance exams, and that's sufficient, sorry.
Okay. All right. All right, Ms. Smith, back to you.
Well, we had to get a lot of input on that one.
See, you did ask a hard question.
Okay, now I forgot what my second question was. I had one. You'll have to come back to me because I forgot it.
Will do.
Completely.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is really for clarification in terms of, it seems like you were referencing a waiver from licensure, but then it seemed like you were saying we're only going to hire licensed teachers. So just to make sure that the application is what you need it to be, can you clarify whether or not you are seeking a waiver from licensure and what that would look like?
We are seeking a waiver for licensure, but not to circumvent hiring licensed teachers. We are asking for the waiver because we may have teachers that are certified in certain grade levels, 4 through 8, for example, that may have to cover a third grade, work with a third grade student, and we just want to have that flexibility to be able to get the best teachers for the job. And this is a different concept as well. This is the teacher facilitator role that they'll have is a little bit different. And we just want to have that flexibility for teachers that may be certified in grade levels, be able to work with grade levels that they may not be certified for.
Okay.
But they will be Arkansas licensed teachers.
When possible, you'll have the Arkansas licensed teachers, and if not, then you have that flexibility. One thing I did notice is that you were referencing HQT. So if you do hire a non-licensed teacher in a core area, they would need to meet the Arkansas Qualified Teacher, AQT requirements.
Yes, ma'am.
Since HQT is no longer in place.
Yes, that's correct.
And the situation you described where you might have a teacher licensed 4-8 but teaching in grade 3 very likely would meet AQT rules because
Yes.
of their work experience. So, okay, I think that was the main clarification. Then my other question, on the schedule that you all shared with us this morning, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. This would be a proposed schedule for someone that it's not set up where the teachers are actually instructing at these times.
That's
and
correct.
the student, but this is for parents to help, for example, as a first grader, they would follow this, but it could be they might not start until noon that day and work. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's really the beauty of this model. The young lady that I spoke of earlier, she was at work when I called her, and the question I asked was, "Would you come back next semester?" And she said, "I'm working now." When they would work, and that's going to happen with a lot of kids that would take advantage of this opportunity are going to be those that have obligations at different times throughout the day. So yeah, that is just, as I said earlier, it's just an example. It's a possibility, but by no means is it exactly how it will look for all students.
But I can see where having something planned out could be very helpful.
Yes.
Because as you said, it's adults going through virtual learning. And then putting that into a situation for students where there is so much flexibility. Sometimes it is good to have a plan. So those were the only questions I have right now. Thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Yes, I wanted to clarify on the 38 units that we were talking about earlier. I was confused at the end of that. So is it my understanding that what you had agreed to was a waiver of the 38 even if kids 9 through 12 get enrolled next year?
What we're asking for is the flexibility to provide what of the 38 that are needed for the kids that would be enrolled. Is that fair? Is that correct? With the understanding that we'll have full 38 after we have grade levels being served that would require that. You want to? Is that about?
And understand it's a little unique in the virtual setting, but I think we've had this, or other applicants, I should say, have had this similar conversations with the panel before about phasing it in. I think here, and Dr. Jeffcoat can correct me, if we had a situation, for example, that the only students were being served initially were 9th and 10th grade, as he said, Van Buren would like the flexibility to just offer those applicable parts of the 38. If it turns out that they have a student who's in 12th grade or 11th grade and need the more advanced, so to speak, courses within the 38, then they are not seeking to waive that they would offer those as well.
Okay, the model that I'm seeing, and I may not be understanding your model entirely, but there would be, if you would, a catalog of courses that could be implemented pretty much at any time, ready to go as a
Yes,
student
sir.
enrolled.
Yes.
And so would those 38 not be offered in that catalog initially from day one?
Well, of course, we'll be working with vendors that offer this, Virtual Arkansas that offer all these courses as well. It would just depend on, as for the catalog, how it would be cataloged, listed. I think it would just depend on our vendor and who we're providing these courses through as to what would be in that exact catalog. But the 38, as Tripp had shared, the students that are requiring those certain courses to graduate, which are the ones, what we're talking about right now is just those students who have dropped out of school and they need that 1, 2, 3 credits,
Right.
whatever it is, that's what would be offered.
And maybe, counsel, it may be a question for you. I think that my understanding is on the 38, just offered, not necessarily taught.
Right,
correct?
if there's no students that are taking that course, then they don't have to actually teach it, it just has to be offered. So I think without having the waiver, if they have the courses available, it would allow a student who did come in, those courses would still be there, and they could teach that course if somebody needed it. So I don't think that they would necessarily need the waiver to do what it is that he's saying he's doing, but I could be misunderstanding because I'm not an educator.
That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm just not seeing why the waiver's necessary. It sounds to me like you're going to be offering those, I mean, as the students come in, and whether you actually teach those is dependent upon the student needs and requests, but that those would be offered through your catalog of courses.
We would like to rescind the waiver for 38 because I agree. I think that, yes, that's correct. If they will be provided they'll only be taken advantage of for the students that need it. So yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right.
So we will, so we'll, do you want to word it?
Well, no, that's fine. We just wanted to make sure that there was that common understanding, and I suppose for the virtual setting, that what Dr. Saunders, you've described as the catalog of courses, so to speak, or whatever, translates from the ADE's perspective, pardon me, into the master schedule concept, if this were a traditional district.
Dr. Saunders, and the way I heard it, by definition, they are offered, so they meet that letter. So I would agree that the waiver is not necessary, because potentially they're all offered.
Right.
But the student's not necessarily participating, so, okay, I heard that too.
Since it was your original question.
Since I caused all this mess. Okay. So let me make sure too that, I know you've talked about digital provider, virtual provider, but are there any plans for, I mean, because you still have the large Van Buren School District.
That's correct.
Behind this. So do you have plans for current programs and teachers in your Van Buren School District to offer digital courses?
Yeah.
That
So that's one thing that we're looking for with a provider. We want to have that flexibility to, if we feel like it's something that we can create or provide for our students, that we have that flexibility. If we have a teacher that's certified in a specific content area, that we feel like they could provide the curriculum and instruction virtually. We want to have that flexibility. So that's the type of vendor that we're pursuing, is one that would allow us the opportunity to serve our kids. But yes, we have a wealth of resources in our school district that we will take advantage of.
Okay. And also throughout, you talk about these face-to-face meetings where they have the opportunity to come to the campus and have those face-to-face meetings. Just to push a little bit on the whole idea of our virtual school and the platform of using Skype or Zoom or having that personal contact, that's still face-to-face and not necessarily has to be on campus. So making sure that you guys have a plan for that. What about students who want to be a part of your charter who don't have the technology? Is that still the parents' responsibility, or is that something you'll have plans for?
Yeah, we're gonna make available. We have the resources, especially with this last millage increase that our community so strongly supported. We have the resources to provide a device for students that are in need. If they can show a hardship, it's not going to be a device that we give them, but it will be a lending process where they'll have a device available. And we feel like we can support that for all of our students that would have that need.
Okay. And then just kind of going back on that very first question about how you were doing with the grade levels and encouraging today to go after your at-risk students. And I'm not sure how that needs to be worded to amend, but that's what you've talked about. The whole time you stood up there, you talked about those kids that you're missing. And you won't get them for 5 years unless we add that part today. And so I think that is a specific part of your plan today.
Well, and I really appreciate you all giving us that opportunity. It'll take care of a lot of kids, because there's a window of time that young lady that I just gave the example of, there's a window of time that she has to complete that second semester of senior English. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pfeffer? Dr. Saunders?
Okay, in looking at the application, going down to the goals, I understand that you amended the goals, and one of them in particular I was looking at was the last one concerning taking the college entrance exams. And my question would be, do you feel that there needs to be a performance goal there, or just the fact that the kids took the test?
I'm going to defer to Nancy Robbins. She worked with the committee to develop those goals, so I'll let you speak to that.
Well, we certainly want to look at how they are performing in relation to the other, our regular ed students, to look at performance. So yes, we did toy with some ideas in terms of looking at 19, because we'd expect the students have an ACT of a 19 before they leave so that they could qualify for higher education. So we did actually put a number in there. We were back and forth on that number, so we thought we would probably look at it in terms of, are they scoring equal to our regular ed students and looking at the state average on the ACT scores and kind of expecting them to be in line with the state average.
So would you want to put that in the goal as the
That would be
students score
fine,
at
yes, that
either
would be
state or
great.
compared to the local, either one, whichever?
I think that would be a wonderful thing to go ahead and add. We were just really unsure of a particular number, but I think that the average of the state would probably be a really good
Okay.
one to add to it. So, yes.
Okay. Let me keep going.
If we can do local,
Okay, local, could we change that to local instead of the state?
Okay.
would that be appropriate? Yeah, so the reason we'd like to, for this goal, we're thinking of our community and our students, and our scores right now in our local is a little lower in a couple of areas. So to make it a realistic goal, an achievable goal, we would like to compare it to local, and while our hope, if we're going to put a percentage, local would be preferred.
Mr. Rogers?
I just had a question about the enrollment cap and the rollout. Is it based off data that had interested parties, or was it capacity? And I was just
It was
wondering where the
capacity.
325 came from.
It was capacity. We were just thinking of the number of students that we feel like we could serve in the space that we have available to us right now. That number could change. We may come back at some point and ask for that number to change. We may not always be at the Van Buren Freshman Academy. We may, if we have a very successful program and have more students enroll in the program than anticipated, we may have to look at moving. And if we relocate, we'll come back and ask for that change.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, on the application, it says there's no plan to offer pre-AP courses. I was curious why that is.
Ms. Robbins. I'm going to let Ms. Robbins come up and answer that one as well.
We have looked at providers, and we haven't made an actual selection, but yes, pre-AP is available in some providers, and also GT services from 3rd grade and above. So, yes, but to say, we think that most of the students in that middle level would be interested in probably accelerating coursework as much as taking those pre-AP classes. But we are looking at providers that have the pre-AP.
So are you removing that section from the application? So the plan is to offer pre-AP courses?
Well, we wanted the flexibility to be able to let them take the actual accelerated courses as opposed to just the pre-AP classes. So I may not have understood the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, it states in your statement, currently there's no plan to offer pre-AP courses. And I wonder, why would those accelerated courses not be pre-AP courses, if that's the route you're going?
Okay, so if a student in the 8th grade takes, geometry, algebra courses ahead of time, those are not actually pre-AP courses. So those are accelerated. So they're taking curriculum, that's more advanced than taking a pre-AP.
Okay, so for another child, though, the pre-AP option would not be there.
That's what we were looking at, vendors that have. Some vendors do not have them, some vendors do have them. So that's the reason why we had asked for the waiver, because we haven't actually contracted with a particular vendor, so.
Okay, looking on the next page of that application, it says, requested a waiver for art, music, and physical education, and it says ARVA will use an online provider which has fine art, music, and physical education courses students can take each year. And my question is, if that's going to be available, why is the waiver needed?
Okay, and that's in thinking about art and music, we want some flexibility so that most of the providers, their art and music courses run anywhere from 3 to 5 hours a week, which is much more than what we're traditionally used to in our classrooms. And so, in our schools. So we would like the parents to have the option of, let's say the first semester, they wanted to take music. The second semester, they wanted to take art. They're going to have it compacted 3 to 5 hours during a week of music, and then the second semester art. And so you're talking about your elementary students, and we certainly are committed to them having both art and music. This just gives us some flexibility to be able to offer it in different types of ways or times. I think it's the time element. So.
But do the, on your waivers for the time, I know you have waivers on the school day, all those things, do those not address that?
Yes, waivers on time.
I'm sorry.
And I thought we probably had to do both. You know, that's my understanding, is that we would ask for the waivers in both ways, the time, and that could be my misunderstanding. So.
I see what you're saying, and I agree. If it's appropriate for us to ask for the waiver of the time as opposed to the waiver of the offering, because we will be offering, and when we're meeting the standards, the requirements, if it's understood here that students will have the flexibility to maybe take one course, maybe take music one semester, art the next semester, and us just waive the time requirement, then I think that would be appropriate. Tripp, what do you?
I think, as you can tell from the discussion, what the district was interested in doing is making sure that it wasn't an attempt to avoid or diminish standards, but just looking for the best way with a waiver to try and make sure that they could offer it. Maybe not the best analogy, but kind of like teacher prep time. The 200 minutes, not that you necessarily have to give it all in blocks of at least 40 minutes, but they have some flexibility to do, some charters want the flexibility to give it in different ways, and it's the same thing here, is given the nature of the providers, if it would be possible to do it in a different way and in different size blocks or whatever.
And I guess that's the way I'm looking at it, is I separate it as being, I know there are multiple waivers on time, attendance, things of that nature, but with this particular one, it's a waiver from those courses being offered.
Right, so I think the intent was not a waiver on the courses, but trying to find a way to get flexibility from the time requirements, since those are contained within those sections.
So does there need to be a waiver then of those courses being offered?
If they're going to offer the courses, then no. I understand that they may offer them not in the 6-hour day, 30-hour week, that kind of stuff, and they already have requested waivers for that and 120 clock hours. So if they are going to offer them, then they do not need these waivers for the specific sections of art and physical education.
Is it not legislated, though, that PE be 60 minutes per week or something like that? I mean, in law, so they would need that waiver. I mean, I want to say that one's together. I want to say art and music and elementary, it's not in the law. It says you have to offer it, but it doesn't give the minutes, and the minutes are reflected in standards of accreditation as far as time, 40 minutes per week. So we need to look at the PE one. That's the only one that I can think of that maybe has the time and the course in legislation and not in rules. I mean, am I right on that? I think so. The other ones, I'm not so sure.
So you understand, we'll provide the courses for the students, but the flexibility for time and when that would be provided would be what we request.
The time is for PE for grades 5 through 8. 9 through 12 just says a half unit of PE is required for graduation. For students in grades 5 through 8, any combination of at least 40 minutes as determined by the superintendent, So, I mean, I don't know where their target is for their grades at this point. So if it is 5 to 8, they do need a waiver of the specific subsection of that law. But I don't think that they need a waiver of the standards that accompany it, because that would be a waiver of offering it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll amend their waiver.
Okay.
Dr. Jeffcoat, they've gone their separate ways, so I think that means you.
Okay, I'm back.
So, to recap, what I think I heard there was that instead of waiver of the standards, that you would need a waiver of the particular code. Jennifer, the code number again was?
I'm verifying whether they need an entire section or the whole code,
Okay.
so give me 1 minute.
Okay. I wish we had that TikTok music.
No, I'm glad you don't.
Well, while we're waiting, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
In your process for enrollment into the River Valley Virtual Academy, and with the cap of 125, do you foresee that you will save some spaces for those special cases? For example, these at-risk children or a child that may develop an illness, as Ms. Robbins described?
It's for students that are wanting to attend, for our maximum number for 4th through 8th in this upcoming school year. That's something we probably need to talk about because we have 125 for 4th through 8th, and that's what we have designated. But for our students that may have dropped out of school, we don't have a number for that. And unless that's going to be part of our 125, it's probably a conversation we need to have. I'd like for it not to be part of our 125, but I'm not sure what. Maybe Ms. Robbins knows what number we would for our students that.
We'd probably need to add about 20 for students that are ill, and then special circumstances. We might even need to look at another 10. So that would be about 30 students. So that's about the numbers that we have currently in terms of our students who possibly have illnesses, and then probably another 10 if we were looking at, I don't have a feel for exactly how many are in the category that Dr. Jeffcoat has talked about. I know that it's probably around 10 of those students. So repeating what I think I just said.
About 30 students probably would be that number that we would need to have as an extra.
So 125 for the grades 4 through 8 with additional 30 flexible slots.
Yes, I think that would be fine. Actually, I had 34 that I called the other day. So 34 that left us last year. So I think 30 would be reasonable for us.
And funding-wise, that would not be an issue for the district?
No, ma'am, it would not.
And so, just to clarify then, Dr. Jeffcoat, would that be, as we're looking at the yearly maximum enrollment, would you be raising each one of those years by 30?
If we could raise the first, well, I guess it would be 4 years before I finally got all K-12. The next year, 5th year, would be K-12. What formula would we need to use? I think if we could raise to 30 until the final year of implementation, which then we could be at our maximum that we're proposing for all K-12, if that would be appropriate.
So, according to the maximum enrollment as listed in the application, plus 30 floating slots until 2021?
Yes, with full implementation and maximum enrollment.
Are you ready for me?
Now we are.
Okay. Okay, so for the visual arts, the fine arts and the physical education, they will need a waiver of 6-16-130. I'm uncertain if in grades 7 and 8 it says that they shall, this is for visual art or music, that students in grades 7 to 8 shall participate in visual arts instruction or performing arts. Are you going to require that for grades 7 to 8? Okay, so if they need that, then they only need 6-16-130 subsection A. They do not need B. And then for PE, it's 6-16-132. They only need subsection B1A. And they do not need the standards because they will be requiring it.
Dr. Jeffcoat, your response?
That would be agreeable to us. That would be the minute restrictions, and that would allow us to provide what we're proposing.
I want to come back to one further question on the enrollment. The young lady that you described that needs senior English would be, while that would be one student, it's not a full, what I would consider a full-time student, then Jennifer, in your mind, if he had another student that needed a couple of courses, would they still be in the seat capacity? Is that one or two students?
I don't think that it really states that, seat capacity is that you're in class 7, periods a day. I would think that if you are a student and you are taking a slot, then you are taking a full slot. That, like, there's no, like, code sharing of slots, That's how I would view it, but I don't think that the law states, nor does it, because it looks as how many people are enrolled. If you have 125 and your cap is 125, it doesn't matter if they're full-time enrolled, half-time enrolled. It just looks at the number of students. But it's kind of a gray area, but it does look like just the number of students. But I do have a question to follow up on the number of slots. He was discussing phasing in, but we talked earlier on the 38 units, but they want to be able to offer students now who may need upper grades, so they either have to phase it all in now or they don't phase it in. And those students still aren't targeted at this point. Even if they can offer those, say the 12th grade class, if they are not approved at this point for 4 years later for 12th grade, then there's no 12th grade. Does that make sense? They either have to go full K-12 now, or they go K through 8 and add on each year in their phase-in program. Doesn't mean that they have to go full enrollment, but does that make sense? I'm kind of saying you either get one or the other.
You're saying give them the full maximum enrollment of 325, and then internally they're making their phase-in plan.
That's how they could do it. They could choose to admit, they could choose to kind of handle that, or how they're going to target those students and handle that internally on a basis like that. But either they're at full K-12 and they offer all the 38 units, or they're at K-8 and then next year they add on 9th grade, but there's still no seniors. The next year they add on 10th, there's still no seniors. It's not the senior that's in question that needs a senior English wouldn't get it for 4 more years. There's either all or no phase-in, if that makes sense.
I think maybe for Dr. Jeffcoat, thinking of this systemically, what would you and your team think about in terms of a gradual implementation? I'm concerned about a full K-12 implementation.
Right. Well, but I think that what we're saying is we would have the flexibility to implement the program as we see it needs to be implemented. But our preference, if we have this choice, if this is the only way that we can meet the needs of my second semester English young lady, I would rather have us approve for all now and allow us to just implement as we see we are able and capable, and that will be 4 through 8 to start this next school year, and then implementation going up and down 1 grade level each year, but then have that flexibility for the students that would benefit. So that would be my preference.
So the window for K-12 would be there, but you would still implement 4-8, and if the half-credit English student example occurred, that would be available.
That if that's how we need to do it to ensure that we're giving these kids who need a chance to graduate, then that's what we would like to request.
Ms. Davis.
Much like we do have some charters that have an enrollment cap that's greater than their current building capacity, and they just choose to only accept so many because that's all that they can handle. Internally, they can make policies that say, we're going to accept full K-12, but we're only going to take, 5, 10, whatever number of, seniors. We're going to take 8 up to 8, 11th grade for this first year. For the second year, we'll add on. The third year, we'll add on, and things like that. They could do that internally, much like if it was, brick and mortar building capacity. But if not, then it still couldn't meet their need without that, if that makes sense.
Ms. Pfeffer, does that change anything in perspective regarding licensing?
And I would encourage that. I think just something to consider is if you do set something up like that and say it's 8 in each grade level or whatever else, I understand the need for that, to put that in writing, but also you may want to consider putting a clause in there that once that cap is reached, these numbers may be revisited.
Yes, sir. Okay.
If there is a great need that
Sure.
you
Yeah,
understand.
I agree. Yeah, and we can certainly do that.
Are we all in agreement? Okay. Ms. Boyd?
Could you just clarify what we're in agreement to?
I'm with Ms. Boyd. Yeah.
So I think what I've heard is that Van Buren is now requesting a maximum enrollment of 325, and then they will set for a K-12 system, and then internally, they will set their own procedures for how to grow that at the capacity that suits the needs of their educators and mostly their students.
But just to make sure we're consistent and know what would be happening, I think it would be at a minimum of those projections on those grade levels that you had in the application.
And
correct?
it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I don't think we can, I mean, if they fell at 124, we're not going to hold that against them.
I guess what I'm saying is to make sure that the 4 through 8's there, and then the 3 through 9, the expansion as the years go by, to ensure that it's following that type of model.
I think that's why we're leaving it up to them.
Based upon
Their capacity.
on capacity and demand.
Right.
And I'll be honest too, I think when you start looking at a model like this, I think this is where we are both kind of trapped in our world of traditional, what we think of traditional school, grades, time, place, where you teach, and we're moving to a more flexible, personalized model. And when we get into digital offerings and you're able to have kids quickly going through courses, I mean, I think that you're going to have a more fluid grade level chance. I mean, I still think that we're having trouble thinking outside the box on this. I have probably more concerns about providing digital offerings to younger students than I do older students. So I guess my concern, I mean, I would probably have some concerns next year if all of a sudden they had 50 kindergartners, and I mean, I think that's what you're saying is make sure that the district is adhering to a plan as far as growing, and being flexible enough to respond as needed to areas of need. I mean, if you see, I really think that you're going to be surprised at your high school kids that are going to come out to say, I want to be a part of this. I think that 30, you're going to exceed that number quickly.
Yeah, and Ms. Smith, we have the exact same concerns with the younger kids. We want to have, that's why we want to practice. We want to have some time where we really build a great, strong, successful program for our kids before we move down. Much more comfortable with moving up at a faster rate than moving down. So we will not have 50 kindergartners in our virtual academy next year. That would not be our part of our plan as we phase in.
Yeah, I think as I was kind of thinking about that, like you said, you don't really know what the needs of the kids are going to be until you get into this, but also that if you see that you need to slow down,
yes,
I think you need to have that flexibility that if you say, okay, we're not ready to go to third grade, we're more capable of going up the grades than down the grades, then I think that's appropriate. Ms. Pfeffer?
And something I jotted down from your presentation, Dr. Jeffcoat, is accelerate learning by 1.5 years. I mean, the potential is there where a student in an elementary grade could move from third grade to fifth grade in terms of what we would typically have a school year. And with what Ms. Smith just said, it clicked to me that probably putting numbers for specific grade levels really is limiting what you could potentially do,
Sure.
especially if we move into a time where, in education, where time is the variable.
Yeah.
And therefore, we wouldn't want to have students who actually accelerated their learning and
Yeah.
moved up or, changed those grade levels. So my thoughts are that it would be if it's a K-12 system with a maximum enrollment of 325, you have the flexibility to work in that in terms of what you add and the number of students you there, where you wouldn't have to be limited to 30 students in a grade level or 40
Yeah.
students in another. I think that would serve the district and the students best in this model.
And I would very much appreciate that flexibility to meet the needs of our kids, as opposed to adhering to a schedule or plan that we said is a possibility. This is the thing that we've talked about many times, is this is a new school, but we're not new at school, and we're going to look at our kids, and we're going to meet the needs of our kids. And again, our goal is to have a very successful program. And if we see that we're struggling and we want to make some adjustments, then we want to have that freedom to do so.
Any additional questions?
Okay, as I was reading through your application and then your presentation today, I was getting confused, because as I read the application, I perceived one thing, heard your demonstration, perceived something else. So I want to clarify. The teachers of record, will they be employees of the district?
Yes, we'll have teachers that, they will be the teachers of record. Their role will be that of a teacher/facilitator of delivering content and curriculum for students and support and students. So yes, they will be licensed teachers.
And employees of the district?
And employees of the district, that is correct.
Okay. And on the statement concerning AP courses, and it said,
Hang on.
and you may have answered my question there, but the teacher says they're AP certified, but they will be trained, the students will be eligible under the 5.0 grade.
Yes. Can I back up to the teacher of record question? Ms. Robbins brought this to my attention. When I say teacher of record, the teachers are going to be responsible for their kids. And the curriculum that's delivered, though, may be delivered by an online provider. Now, their teachers will be there to support our kids, to be there when our kids are struggling. And those are the opportunities that they can come in and work with our teachers a couple of days a week. But we may have, with a virtual academy, the options for our kids for coursework and electives is very vast. We may not have a certified teacher in a specific content area that is very unique and different and interesting, that aligns with a kid's interest. So in that situation, the teacher that's providing the instruction is online. It's an online provider. It's an online model. But our teachers will be responsible for individual student progress and success in their program. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the teacher back to the teacher of record, it will be that teacher from the district. I understand there will be an online instructor separate from
Yes.
that. Could be separate from that instructor.
Yes.
And that employee of the district would, at a minimum, see those students or communicate with those students, what was it? The support at least 2 days a week. Is that correct?
That is correct. They'll be there to support the students, but the instruction will be delivered by an online provider.
Okay.
For instance, we might have a student who wanted to take marine biology. Okay, so the teacher of record would not be our teacher from our district, it would be the teacher through the provider. So I think that's where I'm wanting to make sure we're clear and we clarify, because there are instances where our teachers will be monitoring, but they may not be the teacher of record because they are not actually qualified to deliver that. Does that make sense, or am I?
So the-
confusing it.
So I understand what you're saying. So the teachers of record may not be Arkansas licensed, correct?
They would be through the provider,
They would simply be through the provider, not necessarily having an Arkansas license.
and they would be a provider that's on our state provider list.
Okay, but they would not necessarily
No,
have.
not
it.
necessarily.
Okay.
I don't think there's a licensure for marine biology, if I'm not mistaken, but, I'm not sure that there's not many things that a personalized learning plan students may have real interest in, that we possibly don't have that type of certification for. I hope I clarified.
Yeah, that's great.
Any additional questions from panel?
I still have a few.
Okay, Go ahead, Dr. Saunders.
On your waiver of instructional days in the school year, how would you plan to calculate attendance rates?
Yeah, so we've talked about that too. For our students in a virtual academy, as for them being required to attend, it's only going to be if they're not progressing at an appropriate rate. So as for and the waiver for request in calendar year really aligns with the flexibility of the model. If we have a student that is participating in some internship that takes place starting in middle of July, we want to be able to allow that to begin. And also if we have a student that has an opportunity that goes beyond the end of the school, the traditional calendar, we want to be able to offer that as well.
Council, I know on that section, it was still noted as having some issues. Do you want to talk about the issues you have?
On just that section, or?
Just that, I think that section, I had a few other questions on other sections, but yeah.
Okay, I just, the question I had is, the applicant states that they are going to be following the Van Buren School District calendar, but they also request a waiver of the school year dates, which is not needed if they're going to be following the school district calendar, so I just need clarification from them of whether or not they plan on following it, or?
I think he just described a situation where they would not follow it.
That's correct.
Okay, well, they just had said that they did, so that's why I just needed verbal.
I think he means loosely, but when you're providing a student-focused education, he wants the flexibility to provide the variance needed for those students.
For start and end dates?
Yes.
Okay, and that's fine, you can have that one.
Correct, Dr. Jeffcoat?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do you have other?
Yeah, I know on the next section also you had
Okay.
issues.
Yes, on the next section, the applicant states that they wanted a waiver from the principal requirements under the licensure, but they also state that the freshman academy has a principal that they're going to be using, so I don't know if they're going to be utilizing an existing licensed principal. Do they need this waiver or do they not?
We are requesting that waiver. We're very fortunate to be able to place it at the Van Buren Freshman Academy right now, where we do have a principal that's at that school. But our coordinator that will be working with these students and families, we want to have the best person for the job. This is a different kind of school, and the responsibilities of a principal per se in a traditional setting will be very different. So we want to have the best person for the job, as opposed to being bound by hiring someone that has administrative license and is certified to be a principal in a school.
So you're saying the coordinator will act in lieu of the principal?
Yes, that's correct. And if we do, we're hoping that this is very successful and grows. If we do find ourselves in a situation where we need to relocate to another campus or another place in our community, the principal will not go with the school. The principal of the Van Buren Freshman Academy will not go with the school. Our coordinator will be with the school.
And so is the coordinator working under the principal?
No. The coordinator is responsible and would be serving under Nancy Robbins and administration.
Okay, and then on that other section, they had stated they wanted a waiver of 617-170, and I believe because in context of the rest of their requests, that was just a typo, and that they were meaning to request 1701. I just want verbal confirmation that that is what was requested.
That is correct. That was a typo on our part. We apologize. We left the 1 off. So yes, it is 1701.
I had a question for them on that.
Okay.
I know on that section, the teacher fair dismissal, all of those rules governing personnel policies, how would you intend to address those locally, those employees that are licensed and the teachers of record, if
Yeah.
they would not fall under these categories?
Well, so our virtual academy teachers will be similar to if you look at the personnel policies for Virtual Arkansas, they have very separate policies than what you would see in a typical traditional school setting. We will be developing policies for our virtual academy that will be separate from our licensed and classified personnel policies that we have in the district.
Did you have more on that section,
Not on
Counselor?
that section.
Okay. I know you had more on class size. Is that the next one?
I do. I just needed the applicant to confirm when they requested class size waivers that it does not apply to special education.
Yes, we confirm.
And then,
On the class size, I wanted to ask on that one because I noted that it's the standards for accreditation not to exceed the 40 to 1. And I was thinking about, is there not, and I know a proposed teaching load not to exceed 200, is there not some laws also that need to be addressed there?
and I think that for some reason, I'm thinking it might have been in their application. I could be mistaken, since there was a lot of them, that if they intend to pay their teachers for teaching over the 150 students a day, then there's no additional waiver needed. But if they do not intend to pay their teachers for teaching more than 150 students a day, then they need a waiver of, I think it's 617, 812.
Ms. Pfeffer?
And I may be going to mess things up here, but in the back of my mind, I was thinking that in a digital learning environment, there were different rules for class size. And so in the way I would view this, if this is a virtual environment, then, and they were receiving waivers, then they would fall under whatever that number is. I know in other charters that we've approved with online or digital, with online environments, I thought, we've approved even up to 300 in some cases, 350. So this 200 is below that. But I was thinking 350 was a number that was, and it may be in a different section of code under digital learning, or
Well,
anybody else thinking that same thing, or am I confusing some?
I think it's confusing in that they were not actually the teacher of record. They're monitoring the progress of students, but not actual preparation of the course.
If we need to request that waiver, we do not intend to pay additional compensation if they are over that number. If we need to request that specific waiver, we'd like to do so.
We're waiting on guidance from Ms. Davis.
Right. Yeah, if they do not plan on paying, and I'm looking through the digital, I looked through the rules, and there's nothing that addresses class size, but keep in mind, I'm also scanning them on the fly. But if they do not intend to pay for students over 150, then they do need a waiver of 617, 812.
Dr. Jeffcoat?
We would like to request that waiver.
Dr. Saunders, do you have more, or are you ready to follow Ms. Davis's list?
I did have on the waiver for, let me see, wait, we've got that one. Let me get that. A waiver from bidding.
I was told this morning that they are amending that waiver to only ask to narrow it down to 621-304A, which just deals with the bidding and procurement. But I will note that that waiver has also not been granted to any other schools, even at the more specific.
621-304.
That's what I was told today, that they are modifying that to limit it to that section only.
The only other part of that law is the school buses. So that's the entire bidding and assurances section of the law, is that correct?
And may I, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Just wanted to make sure, I think it's stated in the materials, but we wanted to make sure and point out that the district is, so to speak, self-limiting that waiver to only the digital providers. And they're only requesting it for that particular purpose and to have the maximum flexibility possible in trying to obtain the best fit.
What are the specific restrictions within the law that does not allow you to do that?
I think perhaps the method of bidding and potential amount. The amount probably won't be a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that there was flexibility beyond what's given, I think, by 621-305. In the event it's looked at as the purchase of a commodity.
Okay, so, but I'm still not clear what specific section of 304 hinders that specifically in application.
Believe subsection A with the dollar amounts, and I believe the type and limiting it to a bid type situation.
How does that limit it, though?
That we're talking, I believe it does if you're talking about it being a commodity and it being limited, as I see, to a bid type process unless it's a sole source issue, which 305 talks about.
Okay, I'm still having difficulty on how the law that it's currently written, it's there to protect the taxpayers and to make sure we're stewards of the money. I'm not sure that the process that's in here would inhibit the district from doing what they need to do with a properly written RFP, with a properly written review procedure, and following these procedures.
Well, I understand the position. We just feel that there is still a flexibility potentially issue out there, and also potentially if it's viewed as a situation where it would have to be bid versus an RFP, a length of time issue. But obviously, the district shares the same concerns you and the panel does about making sure the district gets the best value and at the lowest possible cost for the taxpayers.
Yeah, I do too, and I understand there is flexibility within the law. You do not always have to go with the lowest bidder. There are
Right.
processes for that, and there's procedures to address all that. So I am extremely reserved about that waiver.
Can I speak to that too? Let me just say first, when we wrote this application and we requested that waiver, we had not spent as much time with our vendors, our possible vendors. Now that we've met with them and we know more about what we need, the different features that are offered within each vendor, I'm comfortable just rescinding this portion because we do have flexibility, and we'll write our bid specs in a way that gives us what we need. And we do have the flexibility to choose what we believe to be the best vendor, the best option for our students within the law. So I'm comfortable with us rescinding that waiver as well. So I would like to rescind that waiver.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Saunders, any additional?
I have one little one. I promise it's a little one. On the report cards, would you be agreeable to adding language that says, it states, Van Buren School District parents will have real-time access to report cards via online platform? Could you put in language that says, if requested, a printed copy will be available?
Yes, sir. We can certainly
Okay.
do that.
Thank you. There
Our
are
students
situations.
yes, our
split
students may be
families.
digital, but all of our parents may not. So yes,
Yeah.
we can certainly make that available.
And I was really thinking with split families and other situations.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions from panel members? Ms. Davis, oh, you have another?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Ms. Davis still has some of those.
Ms. Davis, remaining issues?
I do not.
You don't?
You seem surprised.
Yay, well, it was a long list.
Well,
I do want to go back to one, and I know that they've already withdrawn this, and that's fine. I don't expect them to come back and ask for it. But the whole idea about the commodity thing, I mean, this just kind of hit me. I mean, this is for hiring a teacher and their curriculum. And we don't do RFPs for teachers. You know, who's going to come teach my class, and which teacher is going to take the lowest bid to come into the classroom and do it. And so when they're looking at a list that is on ADE of these are the digital providers that we've approved, and they're having to decide which teacher and which curriculum they're going to choose, we're making them put that out on an RFP to have people bid on it. I mean, that just seemed kind of backwards to me. And it didn't, I didn't understand even why that was on there until that y'all were talking about it. It just kind of seemed kind of odd to me that that a district would have to bid if it's going to be over 10,000 for who they're picking to teach their kids and what curriculum, because it's their digital platform. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm saying? Greg, you're looking at me like
This may be a question for legal counsel too, because I'm not familiar, but I know that there are rules that allow us to hire purchase service, and we can develop a district policy that says that we will not be bidding that specific purchase service.
So
I don't know
would this
if
be more
this would be something that would be allowable as a purchase service, or if this would be something.
I mean, I don't know.
We're still comfortable withdrawing though.
I say withdraw it, and that's fine, but I just thought that was just a conversation we probably need to have more in-house.
Well, there is that option with that purchase service as he was discussing, but there's also, I think, one point to consider is it's not like a cooperative purchasing agreement with approved state contracts with the approved providers. That whole side of the issue is price negotiations, everything else not being addressed with an approved provider. So, you know, it's a different side of the coin.
So, one thing that maybe we need to consider when we are approving digital providers to put on our state list, maybe they need to submit their pricing to us, and that's something that we need to look at to approve. I mean, we're asking. I don't know. This just seemed really backwards to me when we were talking about it. And that's something I think maybe we just need to look deeper into. And it has nothing to do with this charter and what they're asking for today, but just the conversation just seemed odd to me.
I believe they would have that option. They'd need to go through a cooperative purchasing agreement, and there's lots of procedures such as tips, taps, and everything else, but they can get their contracts on there, so that procedure can go there.
All of our digital providers on the list.
Okay, moving us along. If there are no further questions, I'll accept a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Saunders and seconded by Ms. Pfeffer to approve the River Valley
Yes.
Virtual Academy. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. If you'll wait just a moment, we'll have written comment.
Thank you.
Well, oral and written comment.
Get a voting sheet.
Yes.
Found it. Alex sent it this morning.
Oh, this morning. There we go.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for the amendment. There's a need for this model in the district to provide opportunity for the population to complete their education in a setting that is conducive to their individual needs. The strong points are the face-to-face interaction, the field experience, the teacher support, and the individual learning plans that this model provides for this varied population. With the knowledge that there will be continued internal discussions on capacity and demand, I have no concerns.
Ms. Lee Wu?
I voted for. I think this will provide a new and flexible option for traditional and non-traditional students.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted for the motion. The district has presented a well-developed plan to meet the needs of their school community and to provide a quality education for students with varied needs.
Dr. Gocher?
The opportunity for students, I voted for the approval of the application. The opportunity for students with various educational needs will be accomplished in this digital platform. I'm impressed with their leadership and their willingness to support students and families in this process.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for it. I thought it was a good model as they move forward to continue to meet the needs of the student population.
Dr. Saunders?
I thought this model would provide opportunities for the students of the district to serving. That's why I voted in favor.
Ms. Smith?
Uh, I voted for it. This is a good opportunity for serving students, serving your community and all students, including high school students and to the charter that are at risk. So I voted for it.
So, Dr. Jeffcoat, I think this is just an example of our state moving more and more towards student-focused learning systems and really supporting that informed risk-taking. So we believe in you. We encourage you. We ask you to always reach out and ask for help if you need it. We're more than happy to serve you in any capacity. And your next step will be to go before the state board in November.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time this morning. I know it took a lot of time, but I can tell you that it was time well spent. The lives of the students that will change because of the votes that took place today will be amazing. So thank you so much for today.
Thank you. The panel, 10-minute break.
Maybe 15.
10 to 15.
Is it getting cooler already?
Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For action item 2, we will hear a district conversion public school charter application for Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School. And to begin, we will hear from the superintendent, Mr. Sample.
If all representatives from the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School and anyone speaking in opposition would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Semple, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed panel, for taking your time to hear us come to you today for hopefully approval of the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School. A little bit about Harrisburg High School right now. We are a high school that celebrates success on each student's identification of success, whether it is as minor as being able to draw a straight line across a blank page piece of paper, or as major as maybe even a vision and a dream of identifying a new stellar constellation. We celebrate each and individual success for all students, and we gauge our high school on those individual successes. Others, as well as we, the state and the feds, gauge our high school on assessment scores, and we understand that. And we have to be gauged not only with our local peers, but also on the national level through assessments. I was so proud in the commissioner's tour across the state when he introduced an individual student and kind of identified this student's successes, but never one time mentioned what his test scores were or his grade point average. And that was a joy for educators to hear, because that's what we're all about, is not just the school's success, but each and every individual student, not only in our high school, but in K-12 across our state. So with that said, Madam Chair, that's a little bit of our philosophy at Harrisburg High School. With the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School, we would like to expand on those successes. And to expand on those successes, we're meaning to when a child leaves, any child leaves Harrisburg High School, that they can contribute by already having a technical certificate or higher educational hours that will allow them to pursue not only their field of study, but maybe their career for the rest of their lives. Be a product as well as an asset to not only our local society at Harrisburg, our local society in Arkansas, but also on a global society throughout the United States and the world. That is what we're asking this panel today, to allow us to expand on those successes and to enhance and embed the core classes through enhancement, not only to keep them as a traditional core curriculum, but also to expand upon those to where all students can achieve their individual successes and at the same time celebrate
their successes of being successful in a global society today. So thank you for your time. At this time, Madam Chair, would like to introduce our State Representative Dwight Tosh. For some reason, those guys are always in a hurry, and he would like to say a few words. Thank you so much. Representative Tosh.
Representative Tosh, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, Dr. Coacher, good to see you again. Distinguished panel, I want you to know it is a great honor for me to stand before you today. And like Mr. Sample said, I want to make just a few brief comments. I don't have a prepared statement, but he reminded me a while ago I was a politician. I should always have something to say. So hopefully I will be brief. But what I would like to say is this. I have visited with the staff there at the Harrisburg High School. I've listened to the concept of this program. I truly believe that this school is a perfect fit for this program. It is strategically located in 20 miles south of Arkansas State University. And then to the west of it, we have Arkansas State University at Newport. And then just to the east, we have Arkansas State University at Mark Tree. It is strategically located, and I think it's in the perfect position. It's a great school, and I think it fits what this program is looking for. And just recently, as I mentioned yesterday in a meeting, that one of the elementary schools there at this school just was recognized for the Distinguished Blue Ribbon Award. And obviously to this panel here, that is not something that I need to explain to you, just the significance of that program and what it means for a school in this state to be able to receive such an honor. So I would say this, any favorable consideration you could give to this school would be greatly appreciated. And I believe that you're about to hear testimony that will hopefully be as convincing to you as it was to me that this school should be approved for this program. Thank you for your time, and it's been an honor for me to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. It was a pleasure meeting you yesterday as well, and appreciate the conversation, and look forward to hearing the presentation today. Thank you again for attending.
Mr. Sample.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again. Madam Chair and esteemed panel, at this time I would like to introduce, and I will introduce, our high school principal, Mr. Brandon Craig. He has with him his team that developed the application for this charter school, and I hope at the end of our presentation that this panel will be as excited as we are with the successes that this vision will bring. Thank you. Mr. Craig.
Madam Chair and Charter Authorizing Panel, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with all of you today and share our vision at Harrisburg High School to become the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School. At this time, I would like to introduce the members of my team that are here today. You have heard from Mr. Sample, our superintendent, Mr. Jim Montgomery, assistant principal at the high school, Ms. Amber Carville, instructional facilitator at the high school, Mr. Dennis Graham, our guidance counselor, Ms. Pam Hogue, who is actually the principal at the Wiener Elementary School of Innovation, and then you have heard from Representative Dwight Tosh, and we also have Alan Mooneyhan here from ASU Newport. Okay, with Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School, this is a glimpse of our plan. We hope and plan to have advisory blocks implemented into our schedule. That schedule for those advisory blocks would take place on a day that we call Fast Track Fridays. On Fast Track Fridays, I'm going to give you just a little glimpse of that. That is to have every student have an advisor with them until they graduate, and also teach those students a life skills curriculum. Also, a plan is for all students to have a PLP or a personalized learning plan. And again, we will talk about the local industry shadowing, certificates of proficiency, and the increase of technology throughout all coursework. Here's a small glimpse of our community. Like Representative Tosh did say, we are a small community, a rural area just south of Jonesboro. We are known for our rice production and for our duck hunting. This is a very low socioeconomic area, as you can see by the stats there that are on the PowerPoint. And just to give you an idea about some of our students, and I see that you can see the poverty line and the unemployment rate. But some of the things that excite our students are something as simple as taking a field trip to Jonesboro. So if that can give you any indication of the type of students that we are servicing on a daily basis, we have teachers who take those students maybe to the mall and they've never been. So this gives you an idea of where we stand and where we are demographically. This next slide is a snapshot of our student population. Harrisburg High School serves grades 9 through 12. We have about 380 students. We are predominantly white. We are 100% Provision 2 free and reduced lunch, and about 13% of our students do hold an IEP. Some demographics also from our area and of the high school. There are only 8.9% of citizens in Poinsett County who hold a bachelor's degree. Just north from us in Craighead County, that percentage is 23.7%. So most of our students who do go on to college are first-generation college students. Our graduation rate over the last 3 years has been a 75% average. And our hopes are we want to change the culture of our community and the mindset of our students by equipping them with the necessary tools to be productive members of society. And whether that is to go on into workforce or it is to go on to a post-secondary education. This slide represents industry and opportunity that is in our backyard. We have contacted each and every one of these industries and began communication about needs that they have and which certifications would make our students most marketable. So the areas that we are looking at for our students to pursue, we're hoping that they will stay close to home and help to turn over and change the culture of our local community. This slide is just a chart of the fastest growing industries, and I just wanted to state on this slide that some of these certificates of proficiency that our students can obtain include areas such as culinary, hospitality, and medical professions, which are some of the fastest growing industries in our area. Our mission is based on our students' needs and the needs of our community. Personalized learning plans for all students in grades 9 through 12. These plans will be created collaboratively with the student, with the parents, with the teacher, with the advisor, and everyone else that we can get on board to show any interest or help guide that student into the pathway that will make them most successful. These PLPs will show things such as personal interest. It will show academic and career objectives. It will also allow teachers to communicate amongst one another, not to the point of an IEP, but so that teachers can communicate and say, this student works best in a block class standing up. They're able to get more work completed. And we're hoping that these PLPs and the communication between the teachers can better serve each and every student. Academic and technical instruction through concurrent credit, dual credit, and AP courses. Again, we are not looking to change the current requirements at all. We are just wanting to enhance those opportunities. And the main focus is that we want our students prepared to go on to post-secondary or to enter the workforce. This is just a slide that represents some of the meetings. We've had actually about 3 slides worth, and we tried to condense it down to 1 just to show you how much legwork that has been done within the community and meeting with local partnerships. But the most important statistic that I see is when we started talks about a conversion a year ago, when communicating in our faculty meetings, our teachers were 100% behind this concept. We talked about it multiple times, and all of our teachers are very, very excited about this plan. Also in these events, like I said before, we met with some of the local partnerships that include EACC and ASU Newport. And we've also met with Career and Technical Ed and various meetings with APSRC. We had a community support night where we had a cookout and explained to them the various routes that their children may take if we are approved. And we also just did a Q&A night so that the parents could ask questions. Some of our local supporters, again, you heard from Representative Dwight Tosh. We have 2 mayors within our school district, and both of our mayors are on board with our plan. We have several local businesses and community members who are 100% behind this concept. Again, Career and Technical Ed and our local colleges. Okay, this is probably my favorite slide of the entire presentation. This year we went to a modified block in hopes of approval. And in this modified block, we changed from a traditional 8-period day to first and fifth period meet every day, and the middle 3 classes are blocks. So they will meet every other day, which makes it more conducive for our students to be transported to the area colleges. But the most innovative portion of this schedule is something that we've experimented with thus far, is a plan that we have called Fast Track Fridays. And what we hope to implement is to finish off the week with 25-minute classes of all 8 classes and incorporate a 2.5-hour advisory time. In this advisory time, our students will range anywhere from 12 to 15 students per advisor, and they will remain with that advisor until they graduate. So they will build that relationship with that one teacher. That will be their go-to teacher that can help them to make sure that they're on track to graduate. They can build a rapport with that teacher to ask for advice and for help in various areas. But also during this time, we will have a life skills curriculum. And this is something that we at Harrisburg feel like students across the state, and especially in our community, are lacking when they graduate high school. Not every student has both parents at home. Not every student is being raised by a family member. And not every student is being taught life skills while they're at their house. So we want to incorporate this life skills curriculum. And as you can see, there's just a snapshot of a plan of a particular Friday where maybe students in 9th grade will work on vehicle maintenance and safety, which could be that those students are learning how to check the oil of their vehicle that day. It may mean that they learn how to change a tire. 10th grade may have a speaker that day who's talking about anxiety, stress management, and different avenues to release those stresses. 11th grade could be taking a career field trip. And then in 12th grade, our students will have an e-portfolio that they will update throughout the course of their entire high school career so that they will be better prepared when it's time to go on to post-secondary. Some of the other life skills examples that I'd like to let you know about are financial literacy. Our students do not graduate knowing what credit scores are. Most of them have not opened a checking account. They don't have a savings account. And we have local banks who have said that they would love to come in and speak with our students about those concepts. We also have a fitness element that we would like to incorporate and have intramurals at the high school level. Our students are graduating unaware of etiquette. They don't know what it's like to sit down at a dinner table at a fancy restaurant and which fork to use. And we can teach those students how to be more productive and how to learn more about life every single Friday. And this goes way above and beyond what is required of us now. But we realize that it's something in feedback from our parents that our students are desperately lacking whenever they leave high school and go on to college. This is just a map of where our students go whenever they leave us, whether it be during the school day or after they graduate. There are a lot of great community colleges and universities right here in Arkansas. The next few slides are of our students and our programs. This first slide shows a picture of our fine arts building. You see a picture there of our choir, our band, and then even the drum line and the flag line at football games. We have an award-winning band program. We have a fantastic drama program, an amazing choir. The next slide is just more of our students. We have a community garden that our students work, and members of the community also come in and work that same garden. We have an award-winning East program. Every year we have a college week, and we try to make sure that every student applies for college during that 1 week. And then you also see pictures of our students utilizing technology. This slide is of our FCCLA and fax service projects. This is where they go out into the community and they look for projects to help benefit whether it be family members or it be local businesses throughout our community, and just how, as a school, we can connect with our local community. Our JROTC program, we have pictures of students attending classes at ASU Newport. And one of those pictures there, the top left and the middle, top middle, is one of our local business leaders helping our Agri students with a welding project. And I'll talk later a little bit about some of the shadowing that we would like to see happen from our local business leaders and how that will help our students. I showed you all of these slides of our kids and our programs for one reason. In spite of the poverty level, in spite of what odds are stacked against us, our students are fighters. Every day they overcome major hurdles that maybe you and I know nothing about. They want to be successful, and they work hard regardless of their circumstance. Our motivation, simply put, is the very reason that everyone in this room entered into the education profession. And that's because of our students. And we want to do everything possible for those 380 kids at Harrisburg High School to make sure that they are prepared for life after Harrisburg. We want to break the cycle of poverty. We want to increase student success. And we want to help them develop goals in the safe environment of our school with teachers who care about them. And in closing, I'd like to say the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School will change lives in our school and in our community. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, is there anyone here to speak in opposition or public comment? Dr. Sample, you have another 5 minutes for closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really do appreciate the title. I will not be doing the closing. I would like to introduce one of our team members, which is our elementary principal at Weiner. I will say that we have some bragging rights in that school too, as a school of innovation and also as a National Blue Ribbon School. And Ms. Pam Hogue will do our closing. Thank you.
Hi, I am Pam Hogue, and I'm the principal at Weiner Elementary School, as Mr. Sample said. And I tell you, I speak with notes today because I have a tendency, when I feel passionately about something, to talk about it. And so I came with notes so that I can stay within my 5 minute limit here. At Weiner Elementary, we are a school of innovation, and it is our overarching focus at that school to make sure that our kids have the skills and attitudes that are going to enable them to live the life that they choose instead of the life that has been chosen for them by their circumstances. A life where the choice includes college and career, and that is not often the case in the circumstances where our kids live now in our entire district. But my kids still have to finish their K-12 education, and I'm excited that they will get to do that at the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School, a school where I believe that the skills and attitudes that I am instilling in my kids in my building will also be fostered and will be allowed to grow. Now, I speak with the passion of this because I was Mr. Craig's mentor last year, and so from the beginning of their talkings about the charter, I have been listening to those conversations, and that has been a super fun thing to do, both from Mr. Craig as the leader of that building, but from their staff. And this plan that they have grew simply from a strong desire of a staff to better the lives of their students. I am so proud that as a school, this vision is based on an honest love of the students at Harrisburg High School, and they absolutely want what is going to be best for their students. As a district, a large percentage of our students are what we call at risk. Many of the students, honestly, come from homes where there is not a whole lot of appreciation is placed on education, honestly. They come from homes where no one in the home has a job, let alone a career. Students that as teenagers are in need of guidance and support, and that is what this school is going to provide them. The act of providing students at graduation with a technical certificate or other credentials that will give them a reliable job, a job where they can earn a wage that will allow them to be self-sufficient, that would be life-changing for many of them. Those that we know are not college bound and would otherwise be either bouncing from job to job or simply choosing to not work at all, they can be contributing members to our community. There are students, like all schools have, in fact a lot of them, that we know are ready for a 2 or 4 year college. Those are the students that often have all the required credits except senior English. We know that group. And then they try to just fill their schedule with electives. With this program, they will be offered concurrent credit, just like they are now, except they've put a twist on it. Instead of being offered concurrent credit simply within the confines of the high school, they will actually be able to travel to the university or the local community college and get those credit in a classroom with college students. That changes the dynamic of that class. We all know that. We've all had those. I think that's exciting. Not only will they be able to get those college classes on the college campus, transportation will be provided for them, and it's going to be, if there's a cost, it's going to be low cost. I wish that had been a program when I was in high school, I can tell you. And then there's the Friday mornings with the life skills. I love this part. Conversation in my building has been, we wish that we could go over there on Friday mornings and take these classes. Students in high school are going to be taught the life skills that many adults either struggle with for a very long time or never learn. Things like taxes, insurance, balancing a checkbook, buying stock, how to write a resume, or what to wear to an interview. Those are things kids need to know, and a lot of them don't. They don't have that person to guide them. How to change a flat tire. A lesson about borrowing and interest, and that student loans have to be paid back. That's an important one. No matter what path in life a student takes, these skills will be beneficial. Now, the part of the plan that I love most, and it is the part that hits dead to the center of me, and that is the mentoring piece. Whether a student is college bound, whether they're trying to get a high school diploma just to get out, or if they are in school just to keep them out of trouble, they all need someone to provide them guidance. They need someone to provide encouragement. They need a listening ear, and every once in a while, they need someone to provide a gentle nudge. Sometimes they need someone just simply to have their back. And I believe that the relationship formed when a staff member mentors a student through their high school career will be invaluable during those years that they're in school, and I believe likely for a lifetime. The administration and staff at Harrisburg High School is eager to provide their students all of these opportunities that they have talked about today. They want their kids to be successful in life, and I am confident that is 100% of that staff. I have talked to them, and they have so much passion about it, and they truly love those children. I am extremely proud to be a part of a district that has supported and encouraged the staff of Harrisburg High School to seek this charter. I'm happy that these people that I have become very close to and their colleagues are going to have the opportunity to truly meet the needs of those kids that they love so much. And I am very happy for not only the kids at Harrisburg High School, who will see the effects of this school in the very near future, but I'm also happy for the students at Harrisburg Middle School and the students at Harrisburg Elementary. And I guess, greedily, I'm especially happy for my babies at Wiener Elementary. So I appreciate you listening to me. I appreciate your consideration of this application, and I would love to see it approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogue. Panel members, do you have questions? Ms. Pfeffer?
Mr. Craig, I was going to see if I could go ahead and sign up for the Vehicle Management Fast Track Friday and the stress. My colleagues would tell you I need to come to the Stress and Anxiety Management one probably too, and my husband probably could come to the Etiquette Fast. So anyway, no, I'm just kidding.
You're on record.
I know. You all have answered a couple of my questions, because one of my notes that I'd made when studying the application was, how do we make sure that that a Fast Track Friday and the advisory day, how do we ensure that it doesn't turn into a study hall or just what are we going to do with these kids now? It works great for a few weeks, but so you've answered that. And also I appreciate Ms. Hogue. One of my questions had been, if this is approved for the high school, what are we going to do in building kids up and creating a systemic plan so that all of a sudden kids go from a very traditional, more regimented type place into where there's a lot of flexibility. So it sounds like the conversations are happening throughout the district. So those were two of my questions, so I only have a couple of others. In looking at the flexibility for students to be able to attend ASU Newport and take classes, will the students be responsible for the cost of any concurrent or technical class that they take, or is there funding available for students to do that?
There will be a combination of local funds, local supporters, sponsorships within our community to try to drive any of that cost down if there is any at all.
Okay, and have you been able to negotiate an agreement with ASU Newport? I think there was you were waiting on final agreement.
We have an MOU with them. It's pretty much from a concurrent level. However, we are still working with them on a weekly basis, and they're developing their schedule right now for next fall, and what would be aligned for our students and what would be available for them to take based upon the interest of our students.
Okay, so any student that, so within your model here, you would carve out time for students to be able to take advantage of that, and there would be transportation,
yes, ma'am.
Correct? And hopefully ways to offset costs. So you're trying to minimize, if I'm understanding, you would be minimizing the fact that there may be some who could not take advantage, because obviously, if that's a goal, it's difficult if students can't afford to do that.
And we understand that there are going to be students who would not be able to pay, as I stated in our PowerPoint early on. But there are local funds available, and we have a large amount of community supporters who are willing to chip in and help pay for those costs as well.
Okay. And then for students who wouldn't be leaving campus, you would still maintain a rigorous curriculum.
Absolutely.
Okay, for them, all right. And then my other question was related to the professional development request for a waiver from professional development. And I understand that in moving to a model like this, you are going to need some specialized training for faculty and ongoing work depending on the interest and needs of students. But I'm wondering, what is it that you're really asking a waiver from? Because you said you don't want to change the number of hours that people receive, but I'm wondering why you don't have the flexibility now. What is the professional development that is getting in your way? And if you could talk to us a little bit about that, because I don't think that's a waiver that we've not done before.
A scenario that I had in mind was, I showed you pictures of the local business welder who has come into our Agri program and actually helped those students. We have talked with ASU Newport about the welding classes that they have, and we would love for our local business welder to be able to teach our students, because obviously he knows more about welding than our Agri teacher does, okay? So to turn those students loose with him, as long as there are background checks and ethics, he's up on all of that. We would like for some of our local partners to be able to do some of that. Now, we are prepared to have our Agri teacher do that in a co-teaching environment so that there wouldn't be a PD issue.
Okay, so I guess in the situation you described, I would think you might need a waiver from licensure for some of your technical classes. And therefore, if you had, that would allow you to bring in that welder,
okay,
in order to teach that course. I'm not really sure how that would relate to the professional development need for flexibility there.
Maybe I misunderstood as far as him being required to the PD if he's teaching a class. Okay.
He would not have a license.
Yeah, if we're talking about the required professional development for licensure, someone who does not have a license would not be required to do those hours. Then, depending on how that person would be hired and under what type of contract, that's when you would look at any requirements there. So. I think I'm not sure. Did you all have a request for a waiver from licensure? They do have that, okay. So, so in that respect, I don't think a PD waiver would be necessary. So I don't know where you are with, are there other situations where you felt that waiver would be necessary?
Does a technical certification require professional development?
Are you talking about a technical permit?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me check to, let me see if I can find that out for you. Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Dr. Gocher?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Pfeffer, for bringing that up, because I had some of those similar concerns, and I think we're going to be able to resolve that. Mr. Sample, I just want to thank you, and Mr. Craig, you can stay close. I want to just thank you for the compliment you pay to our commissioner, because you recognize it as a superintendent that we at the department truly support a student-focused learning environment for our state and want to be the, lead the nation, as our vision says. I appreciate that, and I also want to just return the compliment and letting you know that we recognize the innovation that's happening at Harrisburg. I had the chance to meet Ms. Hogue the other day. I was privileged to be a part of the presentation of Schools of Innovation. I had a chance to meet her, and you're right. She's right. She can't talk less than 5 minutes, and because she loves her school. I'm just messing with you, Ms. Hogue. She loves her school and loves the kids, and she's invited me to come and visit sometime, which I'm looking forward to making that opportunity happen. So I just want to return the compliment back to you. Thank you for being an innovative superintendent. Mr. Craig, impressed with the Fast Track Friday, really intrigued by the community partnerships and recognizing in your schedule that module, or the flexible schedule, to allow for flexibility as it may serve the kids, or the opportunity for the partnerships. So when I look at your mission, and as I've said before, I always look at a mission first and realize that you can learn a lot about a school by their mission and how much time it's taken. And so I do feel, based upon reading that, so if as a student that desires a personalized education, I'm hearing that your vision or mission would be to craft any style of curriculum that meets community needs and student needs, develop those partnerships, and so a student can basically come to you with any kind of desire as long as the community is able to support that. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
That's great. So if I was a student that really wanted to pursue an agricultural curriculum and wanted to really, because I know there's a lot of discussion about the agricultural, I know that Scott Charter School has an agricultural model. So a student would have no barriers working with John Deere or any of your partnerships if they wanted to pursue an agricultural curriculum for that personalized education.
Absolutely not. And this is our focus. We want all of our students to pursue their own dreams. We don't want to design a plan for them. We want them to have the autonomy to figure out what they want to do. And we at Harrisburg High School will allow them the opportunity and the support that they need to pursue those dreams.
Excellent. Do you see any barriers in the community whatsoever for a student following an agricultural curriculum dream?
No, sir, I don't.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All you have to do is drive through Wiener and Harrisburg. That is Wiener and Harrisburg.
Thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Saunders?
On the licensure waivers, are you looking for those to apply to core classes in addition to the technical classes? Because in the explanation, it says it's just for the technical courses.
There were a couple of different requests. One of those being that we would like to blend or embed oral comm into English to give us some more flexibility for students to be able to leave at later years in high school. The other would be in a technical course, such as phlebotomy, or maybe in a anatomy and physiology class at a career and technical center, to be able to provide them with their high school biology, for example, in that course.
So the licensure waiver would be for all courses, district-wide or school-wide?
Yes.
To add on to that, do they need embedded course approval with that?
We have an avenue already in place for embedded courses. You just submit it to Curriculum Instruction Unit, and they've taken it to the State Board for approval.
Okay.
So if you have a waiver for licensure for oral comm, then your English teacher, you just have to show that you're teaching both sets of standards.
Okay.
And
But Dr. Saunders, let's come back to that question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That you're asking for a waiver because some of those teachers teaching those embedded courses may not be licensed in both areas.
I guess what I'm really looking for is if they go to a college campus to pursue a certificate of proficiency, is there an alignment that we can use for a student who is in a medical profession that can serve as a dual credit for a high school science course?
Okay, so yeah, that's your concurrent credit. What you're doing is you're taking a current high school course that we have standards for.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you need to get that?
No,
And you're aligning it to that college level course, okay? And then between your MOU, between the higher ed institution and your school, you're both verifying that standards that are set forth are being taught at the high school and the standards set forth by the higher ed institution are being set. But you are aligning and you're verifying that the high school course is being taught through that course.
Okay.
Okay? So just like if you wanted to teach geometry and construction and you wanted to embed something, you have to verify that through that construction course, the concepts in geometry were taught.
Okay. Is that a case-by-case basis?
That is your district's
Okay.
decision. And that's between the MOU between you and the higher ed institution. But when you sign off on the MOU, we are saying that all of our standards that are set forth in this human anatomy and physiology course are being taught in this course at the college level.
Okay.
So come back to the question about the waiver.
You're pointing at me. Is it still on the licensure waiver?
Yeah, between the two of you.
I have a PD answer.
PD answer?
Yeah.
Well, let's, before we get to that one, let's come back to the licensure waiver.
Yeah.
So is a licensure waiver required?
I think that would be a question for the district. I'm unclear if it's needed.
Okay, so if it's your teacher teaching at the high school, you have to meet the requirements for the college, where you'd be a teacher with 18-plus hours, and it would be your licensed teacher teaching the course. If it's the college teacher teaching the course, then no.
Okay.
They don't have to have a high school teaching license in biology to teach the course. They have to meet the requirements to be offering that course at the college. That's with every concurrent class we have. Am I saying that wrong, Ivy? Is that? Superintendent?
You're correct in what you're saying. I'm going back and looking at what you requested in your waiver and in trying to think what it is you're wanting and needing to do. And then looking at what you had asked for in the professional development. So maybe we can just kind of talk through this. With the licensure waiver, are you wanting flexibility to be able to hire a teacher in pretty much any content area who, or are you really only looking at it in those career technical places where you feel like you need the flexibility?
Primarily what we are looking at is the career and technical aspect. okay? But we would like the flexibility to choose the best teacher for a certain area if they're not licensed.
So, for example, if you have an opening in your 10th and 11th grade English, and if you were wanting to hire a teacher who teaches at ASU part-time, but you're wanting to hire them, they teach at the college level but do not have a license. Is that a situation you could foresee where you would want the flexibility to hire that person to teach on your K-12 campus?
Okay. Yes, I understand, yes.
Okay, so if you do that, then to answer Dr. Saunders' question, you would be asking for the waiver of licensure generally, and you would just ensure that teachers meet AQT requirements.
Correct.
So you wouldn't just hire anybody to go teach a math class,
Right.
but it would be someone who had demonstrated the content knowledge and a bachelor's degree.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be a little bit of a change from, or just clarification on that waiver. Okay. So then on the PD answer, a teacher with a career ed technical permit does follow the same professional development requires that a teacher with a standard license must follow. So on the PD, and it always helps when you read closely, and I didn't do that initially. So your waiver is asking to apply to the technical areas only. So you would just be looking at waiving professional development for teachers with a technical permit?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. My only other thought that kind of went through my head then is, because what you're really wanting to do, that's different. Someone with a technical permit is different from a career professional who might be teaching, who might just be coming in to teach a couple of periods of welding. That person wouldn't have to do the PD anyway, but someone hired with a technical permit, that's essentially the same as hiring someone with a standard license.
We will be providing the necessary development, professional development for those teachers hired within the district anyway. So, go ahead.
Well, and I guess I just want to, I know I'm going to be quiet because I'm going to make it worse. So, Tripp, do you,
Yes,
is that right for him?
Tripp Walter, staff attorney, APSRC. And I believe that the intent of the waiver language was to indicate in those situations if the district did get a waiver from PD because these were either unlicensed individuals who don't require or more directly technical permit, to make sure that the panel realized that there was going to be some kind of training and PD equivalent, if you will, that would be provided by Harrisburg. They just weren't going to bring these folks in, bring them in the classroom and say, here you go.
Okay, but if we're talking about people with a technical permit that right now are required to have the annual professional development in order to renew that, are you wanting to have a waiver from that, or are you thinking that they're going to be doing professional development anyway because they're professionals hired by the district just like a person with a standard license? Because really it's more about the ability for them to renew that license. So if we have a waiver from that, I think the big question is going to come in always too, what does that look like down the road in terms of renewal?
We just wanted the flexibility. If we have an industry professional who may be teaching one class at Harrisburg, to not be required to do all the PD that everyone else does.
Okay, if that industry professional has a technical permit, they would be needing to do that in order to be able to maintain their license for the future. So if we waive that, then we're doing them a disservice. I'm thinking, and maybe we're talking about something different than an individual's professional development. Maybe it's more of a school, like the waiver from the planned PD at a school level rather than an individual.
That's an internal decision. And so at the school can set their professional development for those educators people from the public that are teaching these technical classes. So you don't have to make them all come in and sit through a curriculum alignment course. That's totally
Definitely not. And
a local decision.
And so I'm thinking if we're talking about people who are not licensed under a technical permit or a standard license, they don't have to do that professional development for their own licensing, and then that would be a local district determination as to whether or not they do participate.
Jump in here, Dr.
Yeah,
Kocher.
I'm tracking with you, Ms. Pfeffer. No welder with a technical permit wants to potentially jeopardize that by not getting the necessary, whether it's, he's going to get that, or she's going to get that provided to them to maintain that. So I think asking a waiver for that is not necessary. However, knowing the spirit of this application, you actually are advocating for a personalized learning for your teachers as well as your students. So that would be an internal decision without jeopardizing a technical permit of an individual employee.
That's correct.
Okay.
I hate to even say anything else on this.
We can wear things out sometimes. If you
Yes.
need, I'm kidding, go ahead.
So if I'm understanding, that technical professional will receive those credits that he or she may need on their own and not be accountable to the Harrisburg School District professional development.
Is that what you're hearing, Ms. Pfeffer? It's not, doesn't have to be provided.
A non-licensed person, this waiver is not necessary for an unlicensed person.
Okay.
So I think the question that you just posed is the district responsible for providing their professional development?
Correct.
And any educator
How can they?
can get professional development outside of the district. The district is only responsible for ensuring that has been done, and if they have to provide it, great, but people go to co-ops, they go to conferences, they go many different places to get that.
If it is an educator under a technical permit or a standard license who is being evaluated under tests, then that it is a collaboratively developed professional growth plan where half of their required hours are very targeted to their individual needs. But again, I think this goes to the people that you were wanting that flexibility for, I think, are people who do not have a technical permit from Career Ed that is on a standard license, or that is licensed by the state board. So I think we're talking about people that would not be required to do the state professional development type things. They're going to have to do their own. A welder would need to maintain credentials, but that's not part of education. So.
No concerns, Mr. So what's the final verdict on PD waiver?
That's what I need to know. I mean, because I think there was a confusion about whether it's a technical permit or a technical person. And I look at it as if I was going to come in and teach a business law class, which I'm not, I'm just saying, if I was, my license still requires, you know, continuing education outside of the PD that would be required by the district. And so that would be like what I assume that it is that you're looking for. You want people in the industry to come in, and in that case, you would not need a PD waiver because it's handled under licensure, and non-licensed folks do not need the PD for you. So I just need you to verbally say that you need to rescind that waiver.
So we would not be responsible as a school to provide suicide prevention, child maltreatment to those individuals. Is that correct?
Only if they are a licensed educator.
Okay. Okay.
But you can provide it. I will just say that. You can.
That's your discretion.
The obligation is the person's, not the district's.
Okay, so we would like to rescind the PD waiver.
Okay. Did you have any more? Ms. Smith? Wait on in here.
Well, it really kind of, my questions have been answered because they were along the same lines with the PD. But I just wanted to make a comment about Mr. Craig, Mr. Sample, and Ms. Hogue. Whenever schools that are successful in this, it's because of leadership. And when Ms. Pfeffer earlier talked about the Fridays, and you know, when I first saw that, I thought, whoa, this could be wasted if you didn't have a plan. And so it's obvious that this district has a plan. It's obvious in the fact of Wiener Elementary and their success as a school of innovation and their recent award as a Blue Ribbon School. It's evident that there is leadership within this district at a district level. It's evident that there was a plan because Ms. Hogue talking about being a mentor and being a part of this conversation, that you guys have taken the job of leadership seriously within your district. And so I just wanted to commend you on that and say that this is not an easy task. And as you continue to dive into this, to continue to look for areas of, whoa, we're weak here, we need to, you know, shore that up, because flexibility a lot of times gives you the ability to knock the ball out of the park or to bunt. And I say go for knocking it out of the park. Okay, good luck.
Any other questions?
I do.
Any other than Dr. Saunders? Dr. Saunders, you're recognized.
Okay, so looking at the class size and teaching load, I wasn't clear with your response. Are you rescinding that?
Class size and teaching load?
Right.
No.
Okay, because it says you do not need a waiver from 617, 812.
That's for if they're not going to pay their teachers for more than 150 students a day. They can still waive the class size, and either if they teach more than 150 a day, they can choose to pay or not pay. And I have it that they do not need that waiver because the teachers will be compensated, but they still need a waiver for class size that may increase it over the 150. Right.
I'm not clear on that.
Try again.
You can waive the class sizes, but there's
Yeah.
a new law that says if you teach more than 150 a day, you have to compensate your teachers. Some people will compensate their teachers for more than 150 a day, so they don't need a waiver of that section because they do plan on compensating them. Some have asked for a waiver of that because they will not be compensating their teachers for more than that.
Okay, they will not be compensating, is that
No,
what I
they
hear?
will be
They will be.
compensating, so they do not need a waiver of the extra pay for more than 150 students
Okay, but they do need a waiver
of the class sizes.
of the class size and standards, even though 617, 812 allows you to exceed the 150?
Yeah, it just said it's only for paying if you exceed the 150.
They are paying.
Is how we have interpreted those separately. It's if you go over the 150 a day,
Right.
it is, you have to compensate them.
And they're going to do that,
Yes.
right? So they're going to be exercising 617, 812?
Yes. So that's why they're not asking for that.
Okay. Okay.
Any additional questions? I have a question about, on the Fridays, have you reached out to any other school districts that are attempting a similar model?
There has been one school district that I have not been able to touch base with yet that I'm aware of, that actually Miss Barbara told me about. White County Central. And we hope to actually go and visit them this year and look at their model and see how that can benefit us.
So I would encourage you to do that. I'd move it past hope to a plan. The commissioner and I recently visited the school, spent the day there, and so it's quite impressive. It may not be exactly your model, but it's certainly close enough that I think they can give you some really good guidance, and I would plan to spend the day.
Okay.
I just want to make one more comment. On the fastest growing industries and looking at your certifications and things like that, and I'm surprised that Ms. Pfeffer hasn't jumped on this yet. You need to do one of those grow your own teachers educator programs where when you talked earlier about the percentage of students that are first-time college graduates, there's a large portion of first-time college graduates that go into the field of education. And so you have a group of people right there that you can encourage to go into a field that will change lives. And you have enough passion going on in your district and innovation and change that people will want to get into the field. So, and you've got universities around you who are looking at that. So I would say, I want to encourage you to get with Ms. Pfeiffer because she's been working with some other institutions that are doing some very innovative things about growing your own teachers.
Any additional questions? Ms. Davis, do you have any remaining issues?
And I will say, I do like the Fridays, although I thought it was kind of mean when you pointed out that student loans have to be repaid. I didn't need that meanness today. Okay, on page 2 of the waivers, under the licensure section, and this was my fault for, I put it in there, but I did not mark that there was a remaining issue. In order to effectuate the licensure waivers, they will need a waiver of 617-902, which is what defines teacher. So I just need them to verbally confirm they want to add that.
On behalf of the district, I'll confirm.
And then also under the seat time, in order to effectuate that, they also need a waiver of 616-102, which, you know, has the instructional days. If you're less than 6 hours, it's only like a half-day credit, and I know that they have some flexibility, so they'll need that waiver as well.
And that's only for the high school?
Yes.
And the district would additionally request at this time a waiver of 616-102, please.
And then I think that might be it. Hang on, let me double check. And we pulled PD, so we're good. That's all I have.
Any additional questions? I'm ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the application as negotiated to approve the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory.
A second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Gocher, seconded by Ms. Pfeffer to approve the Harrisburg College and Career Preparatory School. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? If you'll wait just a moment, we'll have written comment and oral comment. And I will just say for the record, if you've not been to Harrisburg, you should drive through. It's got the best hamburger I've ever had in my entire life.
It's because it's close to lunchtime.
And it's in the school cafeteria.
I've been to the school numerous times, but we always go out for lunch.
Thank you very much, and we will anxiously await your report. Thank you.
Dr. Gocher?
Yes, Madam Chair, I voted for the approval of the application. I believe this fits wonderfully in our vision for Arkansas students, and I'm encouraged by the leadership of this school district and the opportunity for students.
Mr. Lester?
For the amendment, the model provides a unique opportunity for students to prepare themselves for post-secondary options or the workforce. Strong points are the personalized plans and the advisory block that this model provides. The district has made the needed partnerships with local colleges and universities to make the model a success.
Ms. Leewood?
I voted for. I think that this is innovation that will give students new opportunities and benefit your community at large.
Ms. Pfeffer?
The leadership, school, and community support and the opportunity it will provide for the students is very exciting. And I do want to echo something Ms. Smith said about leadership. And it's obvious that there's very strong leadership, and that is going to be so crucial to the initial stages and long-term success. So please reach out and let us know if you need assistance, because we do want to support you while you all lead this work.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for, thought it was an innovative idea to partner with the community to better serve the students of their district.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted in favor. I thought this would provide opportunities for students.
Ms. Smith?
I voted for it. This will provide additional opportunities for the students of Harrisburg. Strong leadership and innovation is needed for success with this model. I believe that the Harrisburg School District exemplified that today.
Congratulations. You're on the step forward to having the College and Career Preparatory School at Harrisburg. Your next step is to go before the state board in November.
Thank you very much. And I do want to invite you all to come out to Harrisburg on a Friday and take those classes.
We will, and y'all may have to give Ms. Hogue some tissues back there. She's got a little bit of passion going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 10 till 12. What time would you like to return at 12:30?
What time is Harrison expected to be here, Miss Boyd?
They're already here.
There you are.
12:30? All right, we'll reconvene at 12:30. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming back with us. Miss Boyd? Is she back?
Not yet.
Everyone didn't come back with us yet. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your next item will be the Harrison School District is seeking a conversion charter school for their high school. And presenting on behalf of this application is Superintendent Melinda Moss.
If everyone speaking on behalf of Harrison High School and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Ms. Moss, you're recognized. You'll have 20 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, we appreciate the authorizing panel listening to our proposal today. And I do have an electronic presentation to go along. Do I just, Alexandra, need to hit? There it is. We'd like to share with you our mission statement for our program. It is to maximize the learning of every scholar within a personalized learning environment that equips each student with career and college readiness. We present this slide to you to show you a picture of a public high school when public high schools were developed in approximately 1892. The purpose of that was to have a better trained foreman for the assembly line. And the groups that got together to design the first traditional public high schools had the idea in mind that the goal would be they would graduate 50% of the students that entered the high school program. It was about control, it was about compliance, regulations, and time was what was constant in this equation, and learning with a 50% goal toward graduation was what would be variable in that. Looking ahead to the next slide, what we are finding is employers are asking us for critical thinkers. They're asking us for problem solvers, students that learn how to learn, and time management appears to be a big key in that component. There was a Harvard study that said that if students can master time management, you see automatically a 20% increase in academic performance. We learned at the Innovation Summit that the 6-year graduation rate for U.S. four-year universities is now at 59%, and when you look at 2-year colleges, that drops to 29%. How do you learn perseverance and the ability to start over if you're all on the same conveyor belt of learning? And we believe that the charter request we have today addresses some of these issues. I'd like to introduce our high school principal, Mr. Bill Keister. He's going to come up and talk to you about the journey that we have been on to bring us to this point today.
Thank you, Dr. Moss. Thank you, Board, for your time this afternoon. My name is Bill Keister. I am the principal at Harrison High School. I'm excited to tell you about our journey and how we've strengthened and built partnerships along this process. And during this process, the goal was always about helping students. We have a good school, but we also see the need to increase the flexibility to better serve our students. Our journey started 20 months ago in March of 2015. We started at the first CTE Regional Partnership Council Summit, where business and industry came together to discuss challenges that each of us had. Around the same time, the Chamber of Commerce formed a strategic planning committee, and they began to look at the needs of the workforce. In the summer of 2015, We toured Siloam Springs Manufacturing Academy with some of the officials from Pace Industries. Mr. Stuckey is here with us today. In the fall of 2015, the district started having what we call Ed Box meetings. These Ed Box meetings were administrators from central office, from high school, from junior high, from middle school, even our elementary principals. And we started to think, what should education look like for the students of Harrison in the 21st century? Late in the fall of that year, the Regional Workforce Planning Grant was awarded to North Arkansas College there in Harrison. And this kind of cemented the foundation of the major stakeholders. You had the Chamber of Commerce, industry leaders, employers from Harrison, higher education, and the Harrison School District, along with parents and students. From here, we had many different site visits. We toured the Springdale School of Innovation. We went to Salt Lake City, Utah Early College High School, and then we also went to high schools and technical centers in Wisconsin. And on these different visits, we had a mix of administrators. We had teachers, administrators, we had a school board member, we had business leaders, industry partners, as long as representatives from North Arkansas College, as well as representatives from the Office of Innovation. And we really started to come together and look at our school and our community to see how we could better serve the students and our stakeholders. Early in 2016, APSRC started educating Harrison School District on Act 1240 waivers and the conversion charter process. In March of that year, our curriculum director met with our CTE teachers to discuss their different pathways, and she asked them to develop a 5-year vision for each of their different programs. In April of 2016, our school board unanimously passed a resolution supporting our HALO pilot program, which is what we asked the state board for our 1240 waivers. And they also approved for us to submit these Act 1240 waivers to the state board. In May, the state board granted the Act 1240 waivers to Harrison, and we said at that time that we would roll these waivers into a conversion charter application, which we know that allows for more oversight and accountability. Since then, we have started training some of our teachers alongside of industry people on the MSSC certification standards. At our last CTE Advisory Council in May of this year, the MSSC certification, the HALO pilot program, the Workforce Implementation Grant were all discussed with area businesses, with business advisors, and with all of the CTE teachers. Back in the summer, we had numerous public meetings for parents and students, and we introduced our HALO program. We spoke at several civic clubs and organizations. We had articles in the newspaper and social media outlets, and we still continue to get phone calls about our program. We trained our teachers in personalized learning, and we even took a team of teachers to the Innovation Conference in Farmington. Of course, in August, we implemented our HALO pilot program, and it is going very successful. In September, Harrison brought a team of administrators and teachers to the Office of Innovation Summit, where Harrison is in the first cohort group. Meeting with all the different stakeholders, parents, students, industry, building a consensus has been a very long process, like I said, 20 months, but it has been a very rewarding process and one that will be beneficial to Harrison High School students when our charter conversion is approved, hopefully. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to my assistant principal, Mr. Jay Parker, and he's going to talk a little more about the specifics.
Thank you for allowing us to come here today and speak. So why change? Charter
Traditional education right now is a one-size-fit-all model, and as Dr. Moss had that picture of the 1892 school classroom, that's kind of where we're at. So we're looking to change and provide more flexibility to students so they can personalize their own educational needs. Basically, you can't fit a square peg into a round hole, so we're trying to make a way for students to personalize. Our world is filled with more options now than ever before. Used to, it was you graduate high school and you go straight to the workforce, you go straight to college. Now kids can start doing things more in high school and expedite their track. They can go through internships, industry technical certifications, workforce readiness, and also pursue a 2 or 4 year graduate course in college. We feel like giving the choices to students for their individual educational paths will open more doors for opportunity than lead them to success. HALO is an educational model we are living right now currently under the Act 1240 waivers. It stands for Harrison Advanced Learning Opportunities. It was made available to all the students in Harrison High School this year, and we had 67 willing to commit to this new model. It's a personalized blended learning environment with the curriculum available online 24/7. Teachers still teach lessons within the classrooms, and students can go to those lessons, or they can locate in areas that we have available for them to work on their curriculum online. They have the flexibility to control their time, place, pace, and path of education. This eliminates the boredom and stress that some students bear. Students now can attend classes they have difficulty in learning. They can attend them more often, and those classes that are easier for them, attend them less. So we're giving students the choice. Basically, it's time serving kids instead of kids serving time. Mentoring, the flexibility in this program has allowed us to mentor these students. Right now, at 6 weeks of the school year, we had mentored students for over 78 hours, the teachers within this model as well as myself. Kids don't know how much you know, or don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And these relationships that support students with their setting learning goals has assisted them with their flexibility in meeting these goals. Mentor documents are shared with the parents weekly, and they can comment on those documents as well, back and give us feedback as the staff. The traditional model in the 6 week had only had one parent-teacher conference, so we are investing more time into our kids in this mentoring aspect to help them reach their goals. We are embedding soft skills within this model. We're having kids show up and they're prepared, they're at the right place, the right time, check in and out of classrooms. This is an image here of a card that basically all the kids wear on a lanyard with a QR code, and they will scan in on a Kindle device that's mounted on the classroom, and it tracks how much time they spend in each classroom as well as how much time they're spending in their study sessions. This information is also emailed to the parent as soon as the student checks into a classroom or checks out, so the parent gets verification of how much time a student is actually spending within each individual subject area. We have raised the bar in our HALO model this year. We have a 70% minimum passing requirement. No Fs are given. If a student doesn't meet the 70% threshold, they're given an incomplete until they do. That goes back to that, giving students more time if they need it, or they can accelerate their learning if they also choose to. At the 6 week progress report time this year, we had 30% in the traditional model that had Fs. Only 7% in the HALO program had Fs if we were to give them an F. So by changing that 1892 model that Dr. Moss mentioned and giving the students choices, they're making better grades because they have ownership in their own educational goals. Some of the feedback I've received from parents on this model that are highlighted up there, you can read those on your own. I'll also give you a quote from a HALO student whose father is actually a plant manager at Wabash, one of our local industries that we're partnering with. He commented to me that he liked the fact that their child was learning the educational content and time management on the school's time instead of his dime, referencing to the college tuition that he might have to be facing soon. I thought that was pretty catchy to what we're after. So as you can see, what we're trying to do here, HALO is just one gear or cog that would spin off the Harrison Conversion Charter, just one choice that students could have an option to do.
You can see all the other choices that students can opt into. They can choose to stay right in the traditional coursework, as well as going to internships, Halo, industrial certifications, concurrent credit. So we're just looking to spin off lots more options for kids and give them more choices. The conversion charter would give us the whole school, all the students access, and we're just wanting to break down barriers to capitalize and support individual student strengths and to assist them to a path of success.
You might ask yourself, why are we doing this? And I would argue that we're doing this for this kid. This young man, as a 7th grader, under instruction from one of our IT professionals in our school, and he was doing this through the East class, and that's part of the waivers that you see is licensure for certain industry certification areas. Austin Bright, one of our IT technicians, worked with him and a group of other kids. He's a 7th grader with A+ computer CompTIA certification. We were told that he's the youngest in the world to ever get that certification. That's a professional certification. He's working on our computers for us as a helper when we need him. He's an 8th grader right now. He's still studying. What are we going to do with him next year as a 9th grader if we don't have these opportunities in place? Because we have way underestimated what our kids are capable of doing if they're able to channel their interest and energies and spend time where they're successful and then also where they need that help. This gives us the flexibility in this model to be able to incorporate these things. I know that Mr. Keister talked about our journey. We did have a workforce planning grant that North Arkansas College and our community was able to get. And then through that synergy of meeting together with industry people, and we're going to hear from Ken Stuckey here in a moment with Pace Industries, but Wabash Industries, our local hospital, our Chamber of Commerce, we've worked so hard together to figure out what's a good fit for Harrison. And when we presented before the state board, I know that Commissioner Key came up to us afterwards. He said, you're the first district that has really tied your waiver request to workforce development and how badly that is needed in our state. And I believe that that process actually was instrumental in helping our North Arkansas College get the workforce development grant, which has now pumped $1 million into our community to address some of the workforce needs and employment needs of our citizens. I do have some slides that just highlight the waiver request again. You have those in front of you, but I do not want to take time away from Mr. Ken Stuckey. He is the Director of Talent Acquisition and Development at Pace Industries. He is one of our major employers in Harrison, and I believe he's going to talk to you about the successes we've already seen and things that are still to come. So, Mr. Stuckey, I'll ask you to come forward.
Thank you, Dr. Moss, and thank you, Board, for hearing us today. I come before you as someone who has enjoyed the leadership that we have seen from Harrison. Unlike some other companies that we have in different parts of the U.S. where we have not seen that kind of leadership yet, we're taking Harrison as a model to our locations in Massachusetts, in Pennsylvania, in Minneapolis, St. Paul area, and in Wisconsin, which actually has a pretty robust career tech ed area. Pace Industries is the nation's largest custom aluminum die caster. That's what we do. We make a lot of automobile parts. We do a lot of different things for Pace, with Pace, for companies around the world. We have about 4,000 employees. My role is developing workforce pipelines for our companies. We have an aging workforce in industry, not just Pace, all over the country. And because of the talent that's leaving Pace Industries in Harrison, we have to backfill with talented young people. We chose to reach out in that meeting that Bill was talking about a couple of years ago when we began this journey of this partnership and with the school, Harrison Schools. And the reason that PACE did that is because our base of employment, of people available to go to work in North Arkansas is a little thin. It's not a metropolitan area like a Kansas City or a St. Louis, so we have to reach out to a lot of rural school districts. Harrison is key to us because of their relationship, obviously in proximity, but also to North Ark College. The concurrent credit opportunities, the continued learning. Our interest at North Ark would be more of an engineering track and automation track. So Harrison Schools is a fantastic place for us to begin to help kids understand the opportunities in manufacturing, the careers. So because of that, we still have a lot of competition in that area. Ranger Boats up there employs about 900 people in Flippin. Baxter Labs around 1,100 in Mountain Home. So there's some big employers, and we're vying for the same workforce that has to be shared. So whatever we can do to help prepare students at the high school level, and we're even reaching down into junior high. Dr. Moss, I need the resume of this of this young man that she just told you about. That is where it's getting in industry. It's like watching the SEC football coaches recruit now in the 8th and 9th grade level. I mean, you guys that follow football in the SEC know how competitive that is. It is not that much different in manufacturing for talented kids. And we're seeking out those that want to just keep an open mind to manufacturing. So we have a lot of barriers to that. Harrison, though, has helped us tremendously in breaking those barriers down. So because of this challenge, because of our partnership with Harrison now, we are introducing a course this spring called the MSSC CPT course. MSSC stands for the Manufacturing Skills Standards Council. This is a national certification too. This is not just a local thing. This is a national certification, and what it does, it prepares kids with a great overview of manufacturing in general. This person will be as valuable at Wabash in Harrison, Claridge in Harrison, Pace, a number of industries around that area. Obviously, those kids can go outside of our area with this certification as well. So that's a big thing. There's 5 success factors for educational partnerships. Success as defined in the UCLA Community College Review. And I looked at those and I thought we meet every one of those. Number 1 is to recognize a local regional economic development challenge that calls for collaborative attention. We definitely have that. So we have got the workforce, the younger kids coming into our workforce to replace our aging workforce. More technical jobs are beginning in manufacturing today than at any time in our history. Companies are having to produce lean. They have got to produce more with less. Our customers want the product's price for less, and so as a result, we are having to do everything we can do to automate. These are great jobs: automation positions, technical maintenance, CMM programming, CNC work. This is a great opportunity for young people to step in to good salaries to start with, but then they grow exponentially with some experience. Number 2 is establish a shared mission and goals. We're giving graduates in Harrison a reason to stay in that area and start a good career rather than moving off to another region to work. Number 3 is to ensure that value is achieved for all partners, including students. Obviously, PACE is going to benefit, but these students are going to have opportunities that they never dreamed of by being prepared to go into the workforce. Number 4 is to have strong executive leadership from both the high school, college, and industry participants. I'm here representing several employers today in Harrison that all understand the need for us to partner with the school system there in order to grow our workforce. And number 5 is to develop a governance and accountability mechanism. You know, we can have all of the great programs in the world, but unless we measure it to know what the outcome is, then it could be a total waste of time. And our company is not interested in wasting time or money. So for that reason, we want to track these students wherever they go from Harrison, whether it's to us, to another company, but really look at what happens when a child goes into a career tech path and they go on to a 2-year school, or they go on to a university for an engineering degree. What happens to those kids? And we will be watching to see what happens when we go into the high school, which is, by the way, the first pilot of MSSC in Arkansas will be in Harrison, and we hope it becomes a statewide program. But we're going to track these positions and watch the difference in pay and the difference in positions that a kid who comes out of high school is prepared to do. And whether that's going on into the workforce or going on to college, be it a 2-year or a 4-year. So, as a result of that, we're putting our money where our mouth is as well. We've introduced the Pay Scholars program. We'll be giving 20, this past year we started it, we are giving 20 $1,000 scholarships to children that are in our region. Many of those will come from Harrison High School. That $1,000 is to be used towards an engineering technology degree at North Ark. As they complete and they get better and stay in school, they have an opportunity to earn internships, to have a second year of school reimbursed as far as cost goes, up to $1,000. And so we think and hope other industries jump on the bandwagon with high schools around Arkansas. It will vastly increase the companies themselves' workforce, but also give the kids a tremendous upside to a good career. And of course, our interest is manufacturing, but we could be talking about healthcare, logistics, and all those other segments of our economy. Thank you again for allowing us to speak to you today. We're really proud of our school system and hope that you'll give it great consideration.
Thank you so much. I'll just ask a quick question of you while you're standing there.
Sure.
What is your relationship with Flex Steel?
Well, we have no...
I see all the trucks.
Yeah, Flex Steel is across the street from us, and I believe they make wire. What is Flex Steel's product line? Do y'all?
Furniture.
Furniture? Okay. So we're not in the furniture business. We used to be associated with Leggett and Platt. We're not owned by Leggett anymore. That was a public company. We're a private company, so we don't have a business relationship. But I know they are excited about this program. I do know that.
I just wondered when I drive through town.
Yeah.
I see your buildings and I didn't know if
Yeah.
all of you were together or if they were two separate industries.
We are not, but we're glad Flex Steel's in town for sure.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Stuckey, I just want to personally say thank you for being here and supporting Harrison School and the students of that community. It says a lot about the partnership that's begun and hopefully will continue. I just appreciate you being here.
We appreciate that. We're thrilled to be a part of it. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, was there anyone to speak in opposition or do we have any public comment? Dr. Moss, you have 5 additional minutes for closure.
I think what I'd like to say in closure is just that you saw some of our successes we're already experiencing through the HALO model. This charter application is not just about HALO, but that is a component of the things that we're asking for today. Frankly, I don't know how, if these are not granted today, we go backwards. Our students have had a taste of this. Some of our teachers have had a taste of this. And so far it's successful and they're liking that. So I would just humbly request of this group that you allow us to continue this momentum and go on this journey with us and watch the outcomes, and hopefully we can learn and build education for all students through this flexible model. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moss. Questions from the panel? was about to say, hearing none.
Almost.
Dr. Gocher?
No, I just want to just speak to Dr. Moss for a moment. As I've said in the other applications, I always go straight to the mission. And I love the phrase, maximize the learning of every scholar with personalized learning. As a superintendent, you know very well the barriers that face our families and face our children, and seeing that in your office, in the community, and so forth. Mm-hmm. Thinking of the question you asked earlier, why change? And I thought you did a brilliant job of explaining the rationale behind it. Just in your mind, in your gut, what are the barriers that you still see just for you and your community? Maybe that's not on the page here. I just want to hear from your heart. What are still the barriers that concern you in moving forward?
I'd have to ponder that for a moment, because we've been so focused on trying to remove some of those barriers.
Maybe just talk about that.
I think the benefit and the passion that I see in this is that we still have these kids with us, and we have got a segment that is growing within our community, and I think across our state, where we have students that do not have a model of maybe family members that work, or haven't really had this vision presented to them, maybe like our generation did. And I'm thinking, while we still have them in high school and before they graduate from our walls, this is the time to catch them. And I think that if we have these strong partnerships, not only with our community college, but with our employers and through industry certifications, we can give them a vision of the world of work and a vision of self-actualizing into, you can do this and you do have opportunity. And when a student already has concurrent credit and industry certifications before they even graduate high school, then they're going to be more inclined to want to continue that. I know that PACE has already said in a memorandum that they're going to guarantee these students that have MSAC certification an interview. If they're hired, they're going to start at $1 more per hour than they would someone just off the street. And it's creating that workplace-ready perseverance and time management that I think will continue to keep kids successful once they leave the confines of the high school.
Good. Thank you. One follow-up, Madam. Talk about the partnerships as far as the ongoing. Maybe you said it, and forgive me if it was in the documents. Is there a set every month, every 9 weeks, an opportunity where ongoing partnership with community and business folks is going forward to get that relevant in-time feedback as you consider this change?
Because of the workforce development grant that was given to our community through North Arkansas College, we meet regularly. Monthly, we have planning meetings. We each kind of have a segment that we bring and report out to one another and look to the next thing. An example of that would be the planning that has gone into our career summit, which is taking place October 26th, where we are bringing in business and industry from not just Boone County, but some of our surrounding regional area. And then we have teachers and students going to that. We have externships that our teachers have participated in this summer. Great. And we're also talking, Boone County Economic Development is very interested in this. They're meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, getting ready to go before the Department of Labor to look at internship, maybe a softening of some of those rules so that our high school 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds can have meaningful engagement in the manufacturing setting. That's been born out of this. So there's a lot of ongoing work.
That is great. Thank you, Dr. Moss.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pepper?
Good afternoon. I'm looking at the in the application, the different options students have to graduate with a traditional type diploma or a high school diploma, that like a value add diploma with some type of technical proficiency or technical certificate, or then the concurrent credit with associate's degrees. And so for students who desire to complete high school with more than just the diploma, What are the possibilities of, and I know within your concurrent, you talked a little bit about the concurrent credit rate at North Arkansas College, but also a free option at Early College High School with Arkansas Tech. So what kind of financial constraints might there be for either option 2 or 3, and how are you all going to work with students, and what will that look like so we can be sure students aren't prevented from taking advantage of those?
Right. I think because of the free option through Arkansas Tech, but also the North Arkansas reduction in cost, those can be addressed. We've also got Harrison School Foundation. We have what Mr. Stuckey mentioned with our industry partners. We're going to scrape and grab funds wherever we can to make sure that that's not a barrier. We also provide transportation to those opportunities.
So within your foundation funding, you have some of that can be specifically earmarked for the types of concurrent, not necessarily after they graduate high school. So is that a special endeavor that you all have started, or has that been in place for a while?
We've had the Harrison School Foundation 501c3 in place for years, and it's just another pool within a long list of opportunities that we're hoping to be able to access. But we do not want finance to be a barrier.
Would there be would it be available for all students, or would there be a process that they would apply if there was a financial need? Is that something you've encountered just with the pilot you've had?
Well, we've encountered that even before this came about through some of our students qualify under McKinney-Vento, and we try to work with students that may be in the free and reduced lunch pool or whatever to try to help them pay for these courses.
Yes.
Oh, and Mr. Keister just reminded me, with the College Bound Now program that I believe we referenced in our application, we signed a memo of understanding last year with North Arkansas College. They actually come on our campus and they have every high school student complete the FAFSA. Okay. And through Pell, some of these students can pay for concurrent credit before they graduate high school as well.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I know just from visiting with folks in that area, there is a very strong partnership with the local college there. So I know it's going to provide opportunities for students. I just and I know that you all will do everything you can, but I know that can that does just have to be something, because as this grows, there will be more costs associated with that. So just being mindful of having a plan to address it. Thank you.
Okay, you referred to School of Innovation Cohort 1. Are y'all applying to be a School of Innovation too?
No, but they were so impressed with our program, and through the Workforce Planning Grant, we talked a lot with Denise Areola, and so we went with them to the Salt Lake City Early College High School to see that, and they just invited us to be part of that, even though we're not a School of Innovation.
Okay, so it would be a great process for you as you're going through.
Yes.
Mr. Stuckey talked about tracking the students after they leave Harrison High School. Talk to us about your plan for following up with students.
We do a follow-up now through our counselor's office, but through this process, what we have realized is that we have not done a good enough, because we usually look at right after they leave us and did they go to college. But what we have not tracked, I do not think well enough, is, okay, they've gone off to college and we've patted ourselves on the back that we've got all these kids going to post-secondary education, but how many of those are actually completing that? And that's what we need to do a better job of.
So what's your plan of action?
I don't know that I can speak to that. Do you guys know?
It's goal 4 in our strategic plan, so I'm really interested.
The logistics of that, just to be more aggressive about it, and I think trying to make sure that as those kids move and do other things that we're keeping touch with them. But at this point, that is something that we need to develop.
Something about that real quick?
Please do.
I'm going to take you off the hook. From an industry perspective, we want to know where students go after high school, because we want to stay in touch with them, especially those that may go with the university and enter engineering and then drop out. What happens to engineering students at four-year colleges when they quit? Those are people that would be prime manufacturing engineers that we could help them continue their education. So industry needs to do a much better job of tracking graduates from high school, and we're asking for that, but because of the legal aspects of that, not being able to stay in touch with a minor, it gets a little tricky. So I can tell you that as talent acquisition people around the country, we are looking for ways to track graduates and where they go and how can we stay in touch with them and keep them as what we call a warm market for our own people, for our own companies rather.
And if I can encourage you just a little bit, Dr. Moss, Mr. Stuckey, I've heard from Fountain Lake Superintendent, they use a program called LifeTrack. So we learned that at one of our ESSA listing tours. David Woolley at Alma, I hate to use the word track, engages in following their students' post-secondary engagement 1, 3, and 5 years. And then I also talked to Rick Neal, who has the wonderful conversion or School of Innovation, Primba. And I think through either Perkins funds or something, I think through Workforce Ed, there's a mechanism for engaging in these students and following them. So LifeTrack, David Woolley, which you know, and then of course Rick Neal at Pea Ridge, there are some mechanisms out there because that's something that we're asking, and there are some superintendents that are in school districts already doing that. So it's out there. So I just want to encourage you with that. So we can hook up with that later if you want, Mindy.
I just want to bring to your attention too that in the department's strategic plan, goal 4 is that we're looking at data post graduation because we want to know, are we really turning out the types of students that can complete college and can enter in careers and are engaging in their communities. So we want to know too, and we're searching through those same hurdles that you described. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Then I'll entertain a motion. Oh, sorry.
A motion to bring Ms. Davis up.
Yes, a motion to bring Ms. Davis up. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Sorry, I do
Thought
have.
you'd used all your issue cards earlier in the day.
Sorry. Okay, and these hopefully should be fairly easy ones. On their waivers, under the licensure, in order to effectuate the waiver for licensure, they also need a waiver of 617-902. So I'll need them to verbally confirm they'd like to add that.
Yes.
And then on the waiver of the attendance that they have about, during a snow day and how they can log in digitally. I'm not sure that they need a waiver of the entire section. I know that this was originally on it, but after looking at it more, I think they only need the A2 on the physical presence. I'm not sure, you'll have to let me know if there's a reason they need the whole thing or if they just need that subsection for A2 about the teacher monitoring the physical presence of the student.
So I wondered about that one too, and is that the appropriate waiver or should that have been a calendar waiver?
I don't think, they have waivers as like they've already requested of like the 6-hour, 30-hour a week kind of thing, but the way that some of the charter schools have done it is they have a waiver of this A2 for when they can offer virtual, and this is something that's been done in some of the other schools as well. For, rural schools or schools that have, rough terrain that makes it even harder when there is a snow day.
The reason I was asking about the calendar waiver is because the students might not officially be following the exact same calendar as the rest of the students.
Well,
Previously, we talked about that with the other school district because they may have a student that started early or something like this, and potentially these students could complete early.
Well, I don't think that the way that they've put in here for the reason for their waiver, that the digital learning opportunities are for those days to when it's an exceptional or emergency circumstance that the school has to be closed, rather than just altering the calendar. They just need it so that way they don't have to add on and go to school until mid-June. That's how I'm understanding it, but I could be misunderstanding it, and the applicant can let us know that.
No, we're fine to limit it to the
physical
A2, yes.
Okay. And so it is just for those days in which, like, the school is closed because it's snowing?
Yes, it's just inclement weather and, or maybe even a flu epidemic, but whatever would cause us to traditionally close. And we have limited it that 2 per year.
Would that apply to all of the students in the high school?
Yes.
That's right. That's right.
So potentially, it could apply to your high school, but would not apply to your elementary and junior high.
We effectuated that waiver through 1240 for the entire district.
Okay.
And then we're rolling it into the conversion charter as well.
And so that one so that one would just be limited to 618-213 subsection A2. And
Dr. Moss, I was clarifying between the school and the district.
Yes, we've only referenced the high school in our conversion charter application.
Mm-hmm.
We do have it under 1240 for the district.
Thank you.
that was all. Don't look so surprised.
Now, if there are no other comments or questions, I'll accept a motion.
I don't always want to be first, but I would like to make a motion that we accept the applicant and as negotiated for approval.
So moved.
Motion has been made by Dr. Gocher, seconded by Ms. Smith to approve the application for the Harrison High School. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
If you'll wait just a moment, we'll provide their remarks. Dr. Moss, I was looking through your application and I saw that Rance King is your high school counselor.
Yes, ma'am.
He and I served on the English Language Arts Standards Framework Committee. I believe it was the year that we wrote standards per grade level.
Well, he's
So-
an excellent asset to our district. And the only sad thing about him becoming a high school counselor was that he was no longer our English teacher, because he's just wonderful in both realms.
Well, it speaks to the partnership with the department from many years ago. Dr. Gocher?
Yes, Madam Chair, I voted for the approval of the application. I feel the applicant was well prepared and has already demonstrated a strong partnership with community and business. Further, I'm encouraged by the personalized learning approach for all scholars.
Mr. Lester?
Voted for the amendment. The model provides a unique opportunity for students to prepare themselves for post-secondary options or the workforce. The district has made strong partnerships, and I stress that because it was evident with the local businesses and local colleges and universities to make a model a success. I have no concerns.
Ms. Leewood?
I voted for. Again, this will benefit your students and your community as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Harrison School District is building upon previously obtained waivers and has built a plan to promote personalized opportunities for its high school students. The district has partnered with the business community and local community college to support their goals.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for it. It's a good plan. I have no concerns with it.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, voted for it, had no concerns, and demonstrated great examples of school and community partnership.
Ms. Smith?
Harrison School District has begun the process of innovation by using Act 1240 waivers granted to them. The additional planning specific to the high school charter adds to innovative offerings for these students. Also, the business partnership is impressive.
Well, congratulations to the Harrison High School, Harrison students, and the Harrison community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And your next step will be to go before the state board in November.
All right.
Thank you so much. Ms. Boyd, do you have any additional work for us today?
Not today, Madam Chair.
So we'll see you at 8:30 again in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Your favorite time of day?
My favorite time of the day.
Without objection, I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye, aye, aye.
Meeting is adjourned.
All right.